initially it was expected that he wouldn't be here, but he is. So lots of weird things going on. Anyway, the Middlesex team, Kevin.
Yeah, no, Tim Mercer, interestingly. Now, at the end of the game last week, which is only a couple of days ago now, wasn't it? Friday. A few of us were looking at Mercer in the outfield, and he didn't really bowl the second half of the day, and we were wondering if he had a hamstring injury. He kept on holding the back of his leg. Now, he may or may not, but he was in the squad for this one, so you'd have to assume that he was fit and available. But Ethan Bamber does get the nod, which great for Bamber. He's had to sit and wait his chance a while, so he'll be desperate to do well here. So Mercer makes way, be it through a slight niggle or be it through rotation. He's out and Roland Jones captains. So in comes Bamber for Mercer, otherwise unchanged Middlesex from the side last week that drew with Sussex, but spectacularly nearly turned a dead match into something of a thriller at the end. But Sussex
until somebody born in Greece thwarted them, is that right?
That's right. Carvelas, on his championship debut, 14 first-class games he'd played for. You'll pick me up on the pronunciation here. Gauteng in South Africa. Yeah. I think you're not supposed to pronounce the G's.
Right.
Gauteng. So actually, I'd like to hear you pronounce it. How do you pronounce it, Marcy?
Gauteng.
Isn't that what you get if you have too much orange juice?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So you thought you had them, but actually it was him who skewered you, was it? It's about the best I can come up with. Right then, here we go. Ready to rock and roll on this Monday, the 25th of July. This is the 10th County Championship match of the season for Durham. It is the 11th for Middlesex. Middlesex second. They've won 4, lost 2 and drawn 4. They have 30 points. Notts lead with 39. Sorry, no, they don't. They have 30 batting points, and 39 is the batting point total for Notts. So Notts at the top with 175 points. Quite a gap between them and Middlesex, who have 152. Durham have won just the 1, drawn 6. And Bamber was about to come in and bowl here, and then for some reason he's changed his mind and he's heading back to his marker. He got right up to the stumps, so dead ball signalled. Durham then 9 played, 1, lost 2, drawn 6, 111 points for them. Leicestershire marooned at the bottom, no wins, 5 defeats, 4 draws. They have 66 points. It's a really muggy day, and the ball could do a bit, I think. Bamber then will now start the game. Comes in, right arm over, and a play and a miss, and that looks like it's gone right through. Alex Lee's there.
Morning.
Yes.
That was a lovely ball. Yeah, so Bamber, interesting, not only back in, but takes the new ball ahead of Roland Jones and Yadav and Helm, who picked up a career best 9 for at Lords last week. First time he'd taken a 5 for at Lords in the first innings, 4 in the second. They just couldn't hammer through those final couple of Sussex wickets to try and set up a chase on the final evening.
Bamber again from the Lumley end. Lees comes forward to this one, plays it away safely on the offside. 3 in the slip cordon.
Yeah, Robson. Eskenazi a bit slip, Robson at second, and Luke Holman is at third slip, the young leg spinning all-rounder who's impressed greatly with the bat this year. Backward point is Max Holden. Cover, some fella called Stoneman. Mid-off Helm, mid-on Roland Jones, mid-wicket is Milan, and long leg Yadav.
Bamber in again. Oh, in an edge. It's gone down towards the gully along the floor. Isn't Stoneman in mid-wicket with his collar turned up?
That's Milan, isn't it?
Is it? Where's me?
No, maybe I've got them the wrong way around. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, Milan's at cover and Stoneman's at mid-wicket. You're right.
That's Mark Stoneman, yeah.
Don't know my Stoneman's from Milan's.
From Gateshead. Many seasons with Durham. He won the One Day Cup in 2014 as the white ball skipper, and then left to go to Surrey at the end of the 2016 season along with Scott Borthwick. 3 balls so far, 3 dot balls. That nips back in sharply. I think that's an inside edge onto the thigh pad there for Lees. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, possibly into the box area. The temporary stand they put in for the One Day International, which we worked out was 19 rows high. They've got the camera for this game set up on a tripod at the top of the stand, but Luke, the analyst, had to crawl most of the way up the stand underneath the sheeting which is being used for the side screen, so I bet it was warm under there. Bamber once again comes in and bowls, played away out through mid-wicket by Lees. Now I've got quite a decent sized boundary on the Castle side of the ground, and it's gone off there. That's about 75, 80 yards. I paced out from the other side. There's about 70 paces, but I'm told where the boundary tapers round in front of the pavilion, it's actually 55 yards, so that's quite a short boundary into the corner of the northwest terrace. But quite a lot of yardage on the other side of the ground. So as a left-hander, that is where Lees is placing the ball. Here's an update for Radio Newcastle. It's a very muggy day here in Chester Street with some thunderstorms forecast a little bit later today, and Alex Lees has just nearly played on in the end of the first over here. The ball's just missed his leg stump off a delivery from Bamber. Lees is on 2. A surprise arrival in the team for Durham from Matty Potts, the England bowler, has been given permission by the ECB to come in as a late replacement in this one. Durham will put in, it's a green top, it's going to be a competitive wicket, and at the end of the first over, they're 2 without loss. Well, that was a close run thing, wasn't it? Lees nearly playing on there.
Roland Jones will take the new ball. Down below us. Headovers at mid-on. Waiting his turn. Where's Tom Helm disappeared to? Down to... Where is he actually? He's at gully. It's up full slip even. Tom Helm. So it's Eskenazi, Robson, Holman and Helm in a 4-man slip cordon, and Roland Jones looking to do some damage on a green top here at Chesterley Street.
Took 6 against Durham at Lords, didn't he? Was it 6 for 35 or something?
Bowls down, that ball's pushed defensively by Jones as far as point, and there's no run. He's been, well, he and Helm this year have been brilliant, absolutely amazing, the pair of them. Both averaging there or thereabouts 20 for the season.
That's his best figures this year, 6 for 35 against Durham. He took 10 in the match, 10 for 107.
Glamorgan? Oh, against Durham, yeah. He out-bowled Afridi down at Cardiff. Really bowled beautifully down there. Had Labuschagne in all sorts of trouble, and then Afridi picked him up. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and a quick single taken just in front of Holden. A point, around comes Milan from mid-off. Lees comes on to strike.
Was it raining?
Umbrellas up. Umbrellas on the far side. Oh no.
I think the showers weren't due until later this afternoon.
Aye.
What I looked at.
Is it anything more than showers or?
Oh well.
Oh dear.
Well, thunderstorms suggested.
Oh dear.
We haven't had any rain here for as long as I can remember. It might have rained a little bit the other night, but gardens are absolutely parched. The water butt's been empty for weeks. I mean, it's problematic when your butt's empty.
Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's punched to point. We're only in the second over, Marty. I mean, come on.
According to this, there's no rain due until 3 o'clock, and then there's a 90% chance of rain from 4. They've taken the thunder symbols away, the lightning symbols away, but there's going to be some big showers popping up around the region this afternoon, so you might be lucky, you might not. It just depends, really.
Who's off for a net away to our right, flashing the bat around?
Stan McAlinden.
Have you just made that up?
No.
Oh. Here's Roland Jones. Bowls, and this ball's left alone outside off stump.
He made his debut in the last match and was on a hat-trick at one point.
What, he was the hat-trick ball, or he...
No, he took a wicket at the end of one over and a wicket at the start of the next, which I think was the last of the innings, and then he didn't get a wicket with his first ball of the next innings, though, which is the last time somebody did a hat-trick like that was Chris Rushworth at Hampshire in 2015. He took it over 3 overs in 2 innings. And first person to do it in this country since Tony Locke in the 60s at Portsmouth.
This one's left alone, just outside off by the left-handed Lees, who gets a little bit of a word from Captain Roland Jones.
By the way, it's another Chris Rushworth moment on the horizon, whereas he needs 3 wickets for 600 in first-class cricket. He recently passed 800 in all formats for Durham.
He'll be catching up Mercer soon, won't he?
He got 1,000, hasn't he?
Oh, there's rain on the window, look.
Rain on the window. Good job we're not playing there.
Roland Jones bowls full straight, and this ball's pushed away just in front of point. Yeah, to jab the bat down on it. 3 without loss, end of the second over. Lee's on 2, Jones on 1. Middlesex on the hunt for wickets, having won the toss here at Chesley Street. First time in a while Middlesex have been up here with COVID and, well, just trying to think, 2019, was there a trip in 2019 to Chesley Street for Middlesex?
Yes. Oh, there might not have been. Durham won at Lord's that year, and it was the September time, wasn't it? But I don't know if Middlesex came here that year. They might not have done.
I've got a feeling that they didn't. I think it was missed off the list that year.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time you were here with Dave Townsend, and we took you out on the Roca Riviera, and you were poorly the next day. Here's Bamber. The umbrellas remain up in front of the health club. That's gone down the leg side and bounces out the keeper's gloves. John Simpson, the keeper, took a joint record Middlesex 9 catches in the match against Durham a few weeks ago. Durham lost.
Well, the 5th time that he's taken an iron for Middlesex.
Something like that. There's Matty Potts walking down in front of us, having just had a net session. I asked him a couple of weeks ago when Durham played Derbyshire here when we were likely to see him again. He said he didn't know. He was waiting for the ECB to decide what was happening. So, Bamber in, played away by Jones. When are Scotland playing New Zealand then?
I don't know.
Jones was called up, and it's his first call up since 2019, I think. Wednesday, is it? Right, so he's interesting. Bamber in, turned away off past square leg by Jones, out towards the boundary of the pavilion for 2. So are we led to think then that he's not going to play for Scotland, or? I think they were playing 2 T20s, weren't they, and then an ODI? Wednesday, Friday and Sunday. Right. Yeah, the one day here on Sunday then maybe. Bamber comes in again and bowls. Jones forward to this one. Plays it back up towards the bowler's end. There's 3 in the slip cordon still. Bit of a breezy day, but it's really warm out there. 22, 23. We can hear the dog somewhere as well.
Oh, I just saw Joe. What's the new dog?
Sound like
Is it
Lucy
Lucy?
the dog?
Yeah. Poor old Pasha. I didn't know Pasha had passed away.
Yeah.
2019, Joe said.
Yeah.
Thought it was Pasha running towards me.
I think he drove all the way down to Southampton to buy Lucy. Long journey. Bamber leaves this one outside the off stump. Sorry, he doesn't. Bamber bowls it. Jones leaves it outside the off stump.
Is that Kevin James's new job, is it? He's moved to the second-hand cars, is he?
Yeah.
Selling dogs now.
Did you see the photograph of you I dug out this morning?
Oh, I did, yeah, retweeted, yeah. Wait, which one? Feet on the table?
No,
or?
no, that one, the one in Spain.
Yes.
With the hats on.
Yes,
You buy a used car off these men. 5 without loss here at the end of the 3rd over. Here's the final ball, playing a miss from Jones outside the line of off stump, and through to the keeper it goes. Just the 2 runs from the over then. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC London as well. Talking of that picture in Spain, which was Easter 6 years ago, I think it was. My friends are in Benalmádena on holiday this week.
Nice.
So they've had a few days in Malaga.
Oh, it'll be hot over there at the moment.
Yeah. But the food they've been eating, because they like to post pictures of their food on Facebook. It looks like some cracking scran. It's random posted. Well, yeah. I don't really post pictures of food generally, but...
Here's Roland Jones, starts the 4th. Bowls to Lees, solidly behind this one, 5 without loss. We could post pictures of our food this week. What did you order for lunch today? You've got more sausages. I went down the
sausage route, yeah, because you've got to think of what you can cut with a wooden knife in a cardboard box.
So you had to skip the... Is that how it comes, is it? So you've skipped the gammon for the sausages.
Yeah.
Pork disagrees with me, so I've gone for the vegetarian option, and I'm not sure what it is. Butternut squash and leek or something. Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls. And this one onto the pads, falls away into the onside. They have a quick leg by, scampered through. Yes, he does tap his leg, 6 without loss. They teased us though, they gave us this list of food, and at the top there was the starters and at the bottom the desserts, but you're only allowed to pick a main, aren't you? I'm assuming the starter and the dessert isn't coming.
No.
Is there anyone we need to sweet talk?
Good luck.
At Radlett we managed to get tiramisus, and honestly the size of them, it could have been the tiramisu that was served for all 4 of us, and we were just given 1 each. They were amazing. They were. We spoke very nicely about the good folk of Radlett. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. Can't we do the same here and see if a dessert gets sent our way?
Radlett's Hertfordshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because the hotel I stayed in, the back garden of the hotel was basically bordered by the M25.
Oh, nice.
So you couldn't really hear it because there was this very loud water wheel. It was an old mill, so the water wheel sort of blocked out the noise of the lorries. But it was quite a pleasant place. I think the cricket ground was about 2 miles through the other end of town.
Roland Jones eases this one away into the offside. Jones, and there's no run. That was last year, the Royal London Cup, was it?
Yeah. We were in that marquee, weren't we?
Did the game play? I can't remember. One of them was a washout.
Durham won. It went down to the last over. Middlesex nearly won it, and they knocked off a load of runs towards the end. I'm glad I made such an impression on there that you've remembered it.
The white ball stuff is hard to remember, don't you find?
2020 is. It all just blurs. Yeah, I try to forget the 2020 as quickly as I can normally.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and bowls past the edge of the bat as well.
As you would with Middlesex, because Durham and Middlesex's record over the years is very similar, isn't it?
Indeed. Who's the worst T20 side at the moment? Is it still Derbyshire or?
Well, it was. There was a group of about 5, wasn't there? There was Durham, Derbyshire, Middlesex, Worcestershire were one of the last to get to a final stay, and I think the other team who haven't done very well over the years. I'm going to say Glamorgan, maybe?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
4 slips still in place as Roland Jones bowls, and Jones defends into the onside. You picked the ends purposely here, so you haven't got Roland Jones to Jones. You've got Bamba to Lees.
Right.
6 without loss. Roland Jones bowls and Jones drives.
I'm clever enough to have planned that. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter or at Kevin Hand. Is there a BBC in there, isn't it? At Kevin Hand BBC. Or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk.
So if you lot win this one, are you still thinking you can finish in the top 2?
I think that would be very unlikely. As Bamba comes in and bowls. Left alone. There's only 4 games left after this, isn't there?
Game in hand, though.
Well, yeah.
You got to win the lot.
Well, you've got to win the lot, and they've only won 1 out of 9, so.
Saving the best to last. Yeah, Middlesex got off to a flyer, top of the table for a good while at the start.
So where's the open top bus now? Is it being put back in the garage? Is it?
Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge, is it?
Left
Brace is polishing it.
It's what's ever thus.
Yeah. Bamba, right arm over to Lees. Lees forward to this one, plays it to point. No run there.
The fact they're still in sight at this stage, I think, says a lot about the rest of Division 2, because Nottinghamshire nearly won it last year, as Braces may have mentioned a few times to you. Should have won it, I think is the way you put it.
Well, I think wasn't the only team to beat Warwickshire with Durham, and they hammered them in 3 days here last year, and were in a very strong position at Edgbaston until the weather intervened. And then they went on to win the title.
There's not that much between the sides, there really isn't.
Bamba comes in and bowls to Lees. Lees turns this off the hips, past square leg. It's been chased by Stoneman. And, Jones was daydreaming for a moment there. I don't think he thought there was a second run on, and he had to get a move on back towards the bowler's end. The throw from Stoneman, though, was just wide of the stumps and missed by the bowler. Takes the score up to 8. Lees has 4 of them, Jones 3. Just looking at the statistics for this season from these batsmen and the bowlers. Going to need me reading glasses, I think. Lees has got 583 runs going into this game and an average of 64. This is defended. Goes off towards the covers, and Jones, where's he on the list? He's a bit further down. There's 290 runs and an average of 29. The 1 century for him. Bamber, wickets wise, has taken 17 at an average of 39, and Roland Jones has taken 44. So he's one of the leading wicket takers at an average of 20. Bamber to Lees, and that comes off the bottom corner of the bat and goes across towards point. No run. 1 ball left in the over. I think some of the players there thought the over was finished and they're starting to head up to the other end. Head to head wise, these two have met 27 times. Durham have won 6 and lost 12. There have been 9 draws. 13 games so far at the Riverside. 3 wins for Durham, 4 for Middlesex, and 6 draws. And back comes in and bowls. Oh, that shoots through to the keeper. Well, it went quickly, and that is the end of the over.
They're bowling nicely, aren't they? There's a little bit out there. Oh, who's had a tumble? What's that, Mark Stoneman? What did he do? See, at mid-wicket, he just picked himself up. He's got the ball in hand as well. Maybe it was
a muddy thigh now, hasn't he?
Maybe it was a loose throw from somebody who's just backing it up. Yeah, it's been a decent start from Middlesex. These 5 overs, they've gone past the bat a few times. No huge alarm bells for the batters, other than a quick snap at the head on a few occasions when the ball's gone past. Roland Jones setting off again. We'll see if we can get an update on Mercer, whether there is a little injury or whether it is just rotation. As Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes Jones, the right-hander. No run. Missed a bit of the start of the season with a hamstring injury as well. Mercer picked up in the first game against Derbyshire.
Derek says, hello Marty and Kevin and Rob and everybody on there. We'll get Rob Rush on in a few minutes, and Ash is with us as well. How long are you here, Ash? First session we'll get Ash on as well. And he'll be away. He's in holiday mode now.
Where's he going? Scarborough.
Bognor. He ain't going anywhere. He's just been to Rome with the academy team.
Roland Jones, full and straight, and a forward defence from Jones. Rome with the academy team.
Yeah.
Blimey.
He can tell you all about it in a few minutes.
The Italian internationals, Gareth Berg, Dave Bracegirdle, Jade Dernbach.
Dave Bracegirdle played for Italy. Yeah, really? The Nottinghamshire commentator. Yep.
Jade Dernbach, bowling coach at Middlesex now. Italian international as well, wasn't he?
Doug Ferguson from Bolden was the coach of Italy for a few years, wasn't he?
Roland Jones in, bowls, and edged along the floor in between second and third, looking for the drive. Jones picks up a single as the ball squirts away behind the cordon. What have you lost?
We haven't got enough chairs, have we?
Why not?
Is that sittable?
Who else is coming?
Here, is it? You've got a wonky chair.
Oh, you're not moving, are you not?
No, well,
you're refusing to move. I like Ash's chair, actually.
Well, it's not got all of the things on the bottom of the chair. It's wonking around. Yeah.
They're quite kind of little sofa
that
things,
looks
aren't
too
they?
upright for me, that. Get wedged in there. I don't know where they've all gone.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is dabbed away into the onside, no run, 9 without loss.
You see, you miss one game for an international, and when you come back, everything's different.
So it was the academy in Rome, the Durham Academy in Rome.
It's the Parkview Academy, who's the school who are associated with Durham. So they are based here, so they have a football academy here and a rugby, both codes I believe, and cricket academy. So some of those younger lads from Parkview are moving in through the Durham Academy system as well, and so they went on a cricket tournament in Italy.
This one's full from Roland Jones, clipped up to mid-on by Lees watchfully. 9 without loss, 1 ball to come at the 6th.
Oh, he's found an executive chair.
Oh, look at that!
That's a perler, that.
Mastermind, that is, yeah. Magnus Magnusson joins us.
Yes. Right, we'll do some jiggling around at the end of this over.
That was one of DT's great lines. Have you ever seen the American version of Mastermind?
No.
It's just called Mind. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away on the back foot into the onside. 9 without loss, end of the 6th.
Right, I'll jump out.
What are we doing? Is there a rotor? Do I need to be aware of anything? Rob's coming in for you. Who's Ash coming in for? Me or? We're all on the move. We're all going somewhere. 9 without loss is the score. And it's going to be Bamber to continue at the far end. Morning, Rob.
Morning.
How are you?
Not too bad. Came up on the train yesterday from Little Old Hampshire.
Oh,
so fair trek.
what time did you get in?
About 6:30 at Newcastle, so wasn't too bad. Got the metro over to Sunderland and booked into my hotel and just.
Why are you so far away? Why didn't you not go to Durham?
Very good question.
Bamber's in. Bowls and Jones is forward, pushing away into the offside, fielding the covers, no run.
I think it was probably cheaper for me to stay in Sunderland. Always got to think of cost of living and everything nowadays.
Are you in Marcy's loft conversion? Mates rates, I hope.
Well, maybe. No, just staying at the Premier Inn and getting a lift in with Martin every morning. So, got to think of like a student now.
Oh, well done. That's a good. Yeah.
I've just finished first year at Sunderland Uni, so I guess I probably played into it, know the area a little bit. It's just easy enough for me.
3 slips go down behind Jones, and Bamber bowls. This is punched away into the offside, fielded in the covers. No run again. So you came from Hampshire via London to Newcastle and then Sunderland.
Yeah, I've done it a fair few times now. Going back home for uni, going back home from uni to for Christmas and stuff like that. So you get used to it in the end.
4 nights on the Riviera though with Martin. Forecast is getting better the next 3 days, you said.
Not had the pleasure of that yet. Maybe at some point, but yeah, not at the moment.
Bamber's past the umpire. Bowls, and it's left alone again outside off by Jones. Through it goes. But a decent start here by Middlesex, but I don't know. The word is that side of the square is the one that's flatter one, but it's got more than a greenish tinge, this surface.
I mean, the main thing is you've kept it tight as well, only 9 runs off 6.5 overs. There's the potential, yes, it's a green top, there's potential for the bowlers there to sort of go a little bit, not hell for leather, but try and attract expansive drives and in search of wickets, but they've kept it really tight.
Bamber hits the crease, bowls, good line and length again. Nothing there at all for the batter. Yeah, good to see Bamber back in the side, and he's doing exactly that.
Yeah, it can be easy to you look for the cover drives and hope to get off to snick, and then if you might pick up 1 wicket and that's great, but Durham could have been on 30, 32 or like mid-20s for 1. You sort of, well, you got the wicket, but you've let the opposition get off to a decent start. So I think decent tempo start, especially captain not picking himself. It's important then for everyone else to sort of pick up the slack.
Bamber bowls and forward goes Jones, easing away into the offside. There's no run. So your introduction to broadcasting life with the BBC is being Martin's deputy, basically.
Yeah, well, we did a T20 at Nottinghamshire. That was my first.
Has he given you any pearls of wisdom, Marcy?
He's given me a few.
Has anybody else given you pearls of wisdom on working with Marcy?
No. I have a feeling now we're going to get a few of those over the course of this game. Yeah, did the T20 at Notts, which Durham lost, probably not surprisingly to the listeners.
Bamber bowls. Oh, and that one down onto the toes, rolls away into the onside, and the end of Bamber's over. 9 without loss after 7. Very tight stuff. A maiden over from Bamber, his first maiden, none for 6. Yeah, Middlesex lost their quarter-final at Trent Bridge a couple of years back in the T20. One of the rare occasions they've made it out of the group. Not an easy ground to go to.
Nah, it was one of those ones where just, I think Marty said it on comms, it just didn't feel like enough for Durham, and in the end it turned out not to be. I think they posted something like 180, but Notts with their top order got off to a blistering power play and they just sort of never looked back really. Speaking of the last, I'm a Hampshire fan, so I'm in good spirits about that. Toby Roland Jones to continue. Runs in, bowls, Lee's just prods, no run.
Do you know, I still haven't seen the end of finals today. I've had so many messages saying, "Did you see it?" Actually, I did.
I won't spoil it for you then. But it's definitely see it to believe it.
Maybe I should do it at lunchtime or when I'm off air in a minute. Time to catch up on it.
9 for 0 off 7.1. Toby Ronan-Jones past the umpire. Bowls to Lees. Again, just defends back to the bowler, no run. Three slips and a gully, would you say?
Yep.
3 slips, gully, point, long leg, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket in play for Lees.
Yeah, he was entitled a 4th slip for the right-hander Helm, but just a little wider as gully for the left-hander.
Slips relatively close together as well. Sometimes you get them spaced out, but relatively packed in the cordon. Ronan-Jones in. Lees cuts away, but straight to point. There'll be no run.
Just hasn't had the feel this morning as though it's fizzing past the edge regularly, which Middlesex would have hoped for on winning the toss.
I guess there was one that Bamber bowled to Lees a few overs ago where it kind of turned Lees inside out almost. Just, like you say, fizzed outside the edge, and on another day that either collects an inside edge onto his stumps or edges it through his keeper or slip cordon. So maybe a little bit of unfortunate luck, but again, they'll just be happy with the tight start. Ronan-Jones in. Solid forward defence for Lees up to mid-on, no run.
Well, they've been asking the questions. It's not been left alone outside off. 9 runs off 7.4 overs. Ronan-Jones just 2 runs conceded in his 4th now.
On the flip side, Durham will be happy that they're not 1 or 2 down now at this point. When you rock up, see the pitch, looks relatively green.
Bit of rain as well.
Exactly. Overheads very much favouring the bowlers. A lot of cloud around. Durham would have feared potentially losing 1 or 2 early wickets, but that's not happened so far. Watch this be commentator's curse. Ronan-Jones in. Lees just prods to point, no run.
Well, they've got a strong attack, Middlesex, with Yadav and Helm as the change bowlers.
Were you slightly surprised Yadav didn't take the new ball?
Yes.
I mean, the guy's got 158 Test wickets for India. You would have thought that maybe if he wasn't...
Helm's off the back of 9 for last week. So
maybe it's due to Ronan-Jones being captain this week and so doesn't want to put himself on. Ronan-Jones in, bowls to Lees, defends off his legs, no run. End of the over, Durham are 9 for 0. Another maiden over for Ronan-Jones, his 2nd of the morning.
I don't think they've done much wrong, Middlesex. Like I say, just pace of the pitch. Maybe, I don't know, it's not got the batters rushed at the moment. They seem to have a lot of time, both of them. And that's even though Ronan-Jones and Bamber are both putting it on the top of off stump, ball after ball. It's another maiden, isn't it? So 2 runs conceded in his 4 overs, Ronan-Jones. And the batters are being asked to play 5 times and over. There aren't many.
That's all you can ask for, really. You'd much rather make the batters play 5 times and over than letting them be able to watch it sail on 5th, 6th stump line half the over.
Here goes Bamber. Jones is on 4. And Bamber's in. Bowls and... Ooh, that one nips back to beat the inside edge. Halfway forwards that one, Jones. Just letting the ball come onto him, but... a bit of seam movement. As we said, there's a greenish tinge out there, so Middlesex will hope there'll be seam movement for both Bamber and Ronan-Jones. Helm can swing it.
Good bounce there from Bamber. Just probably too high, and also there's a question of going down leg side, but maybe if he pushes it a little bit fuller, brings OBW into the equation a little bit more. Obviously the trade-off for that is you risk getting driven straight back past you or through the covers, but you got to take risks if you want to get wickets.
Helm's nearly fully through his warm-ups now by the looks of it, so who's he replacing? Bamber after this one as he's in, bowls, and that's driven away through the covers. Lovely shot, flowing drive, beautifully struck by Jones. He moves to 8. 13 without loss, Durham.
Did mention it the ball before, you push it a little bit fuller, and while you maybe increase the chance of OW, probably not doing too much more for Bamber off that delivery. Stayed relatively straight, wasn't a lot of movement or nip back, and Jones just able to ease into that and relieve some of the pressure. And it was a very elegant stroke, sort of a textbook cover drive. Someone you see like Joe Root, James Vince, Ian Bell playing. Very good shot.
Bat hangs high behind him, Jones, as Bamber's in, bowls, and a solid defence once more. 13 without loss, midway through the 9th. Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Economy of movement. Technically all very good. Oh, what have you found, Marcy? What's the reply to? What was the initial tweet? He's showing me a tweet from somebody. Here's Bamber to Jones, and that nips back and strikes a midship again. Oh, the original tweet was the commentary team. The commentary team: Arlott, Swanton, Blofeld, and John, as could have been. Says Dr. Kevin Tennant. Good morning to you, Dr. Kevin. Good to have you with us. Hi to everybody, wherever you are around the world. At Marty, is it at Marty Cricket? At Kevin Ham BBC. What's yours, Rob?
At Rob Rusho too. Fortunately, not employed by BBC like you two are, so got to stick with my normal. Got to stick to the normal Twitter handle there.
02, is that the average for the season?
I don't play cricket, unfortunately. If I did, it probably would be.
Bamber's in, bowls. This ball's pushed away into the covers. No run, 13 without loss.
I presume when you say 02, you're talking about the batting average it would be.
There you go, you see. You've all got bad minds. I was thinking you're a bowler.
Spinning around it when I played. Coming about 7 or 8. Can't promise I'll be there for long though. I very much one ball, see what it's doing, and because obviously all we play with T20, so it's very much you see the England white ball side hit out or get out. I adopted a very similar philosophy.
The way to go. I understand Marcy was a powerful middle order batsman. Bamber bowls. And again.
I think he clipped that.
Just nips on back in on.
That's 3
Jones.
in the over. He's done that.
Yeah, a little inside edge onto the body and falls away into the offside. 13 without loss. Bamber, none for 10 from 5 on maiden. Roland Jones. Is he to continue, or is he going to throw the ball already to Helm? Let's see. Yeah, it's one more for Roland Jones. So Helm perhaps replaces Bamber.
I'd imagine Toby Roland Jones probably gives himself this one. Maybe one more, an absolute push before bringing Yadav on.
Well, let's keep an eye on him this over, see what his warming up's. Yep, he's ready to go, isn't he?
He's limbering. Run rate of just 1.4. Just keeping it tight. You know, obviously Jones had the one cover drive in that over, where he was able to send it to the fence, but Middlesex have kept it tight as Roland Jones continues to Lees. Runs in, bowls. Lees drives and very good through the covers. Should get a couple. Long boundary, so don't think he'll go all the way. Don't think it was perfectly timed either. Couple it is. Takes the score to 15. Lees moves to 6. So Yadav does look like he's going through some warm-ups. So maybe expect a double change.
Helm coming out to mid-off from Gully. Reinforcing the covers as well.
Roland Jones in, bowls, squirted away by Lees, well stopped at the fielder at point, there'll be no run.
Backward point might have just gone a little bit finer as a result, otherwise that would have squirted away.
Yeah.
Of course, it's always the way you remove somebody from the corner and an edge flies through there. But just reinforcing the covers, perhaps suggesting maybe a fraction fuller.
Yeah.
Quite full.
Probably
so
just
far.
offer himself a little bit more protection there, that if he does pitch up, he's got to hit it either side of the cover to try and get it through. Roland Jones in, bowls, Lees defends, goes behind him, there'll be no run. Very late defend there, could have very easily clipped some of his own stumps. He's already had one close shave this morning.
Yeah, that was probably the moment of most alarm in the morning for Lees. This little inside edge down, perhaps on some part of the pad, trickles away back at a square.
Definitely does look like Tom Helm will be coming in will be replacing Ethan Bamber at the other end.
Yeah, it feels like while the ball's still fresh, worth throwing it round, trying the options.
Roland Jones in again, bowls. Lees defends off his pads into the leg side, no run.
Extremely full length from Roland Jones here at the moment. Almost feels as though it's a swinger's length rather than a seamer's length. Batters are getting right comfortably behind it.
Extra points to Tom Helm for being the only one wearing a floppy on the field.
Yes.
Everyone else in a cap, standing out. Maybe wants to be an umpire when he finishes his playing career. Roland Jones in, bowls, Lees defends straight back to him.
It's good again. They just feel a little happy on the front foot at the moment, Middlesex. Yeah, it just feels a little bit too happy on the front foot. can't really think of anything that's been sent up around the ribs. As we said, the pace isn't quite there in this track. Batters have played with lots of time so far, but they do seem to be plunging forward without any doubt.
Roland Jones then to finish the over to Lees. In and bowls, and Lees just solid defence straight back to him, no run. End of the 10th over, Durham are 15 for naught.
A few words from you, Rob. It's going to be Ashthorpe.
As we've already mentioned, just a very solid opening spell from both Durham and Middlesex. Middlesex not allowing Durham to get away, and Durham not having a lot of not losing wickets and just making sure they're still there. Morning, Ash.
Brain, there we go.
There he is.
Morning, mate. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. Yourself?
I'm okay, mate. Thank you very much. Confused with all this modern technology that we've got here, switching between the four of us, but no, all good. Kev's just relaxing. I'm sure Marty's going to put that on social media very shortly.
check Marty's Twitter for that.
Definitely, mate. So yeah, solid start from Durham. 15 without loss. I think we're going to see a change in the bowling as Helm joins the attack from the Lumley end. Michael Jones on strike as Helm now approaches. Jones with that high back lift clips that one down the leg side, and that will race away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Maybe Durham have waited for me to join to get the scoreboard moving along. But that's Jones' second boundary, a lovely cover drive from this end.
Secret hand signal just went round the Durham changing room and out onto the field.
Let's get on with it now. Entertainment.
A little bit of a loosening from Helm, but we'll skip over that.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a bit short. It was on his hip and nicely tucked away by Jones. And again, as you mentioned earlier, a little bit of pressure release with that boundary as Durham move on to 19 without loss. It's been tight going so far. As Helm bounds in, and a nice high action, this one right on the money and defended down to mid-on by Jones for no run.
Just 3 slips for Helm to start with. Again, looks like they've reinforced the covers a little bit. Toby Roland Jones maybe encouraging his bowlers to go just a tad fuller on length.
Yeah, I thought the first couple of overs were a little bit short. Not that I was watching massively intently, but they have started to go a little bit fuller the last couple of overs to the point where Kev mentioned that they're that full and nobody's really tested the helmet region so far today, but I'm not sure it's going to be one of those pitches with a lot of pace as Helm comes in. This one's back of a length and Jones manages to get it behind square on the leg side. Maybe a bit of a thick inside edge down to Yadav for a single. There we go, Kev. News of the day, Murta at 40 years of age is having a rest. Well earned. Well earned. He's sidled up to the bar. Marty says he's off the dance floor.
Slight change in the field. A point comes in for Lees.
Yeah, no gully.
Slight backward point, sorry.
Very popular this year, I've noticed more. No gullies. Very rarely is. Helm bowls and Lees flashes this one away to the man at backward point, and it's a good diving stave.
That's the first shot we kind of seen in anger. Well, not anger, but that's the first time Lees has really used a full flow.
Yeah, it was wide, a bit of width.
It was there to be hit, but you know, Lees is sort of probably fairly, unfairly, whatever reputation for scoring a little bit. So of course we know he can score quick. We know he can score quick. He did it for England. But that was the first one. Like you say, width was offered. He went for it, and maybe a sign of that he's maybe got his eye in a little bit now, and like you say, he's maybe looking to put some pressure back onto Middlesex.
Definitely, he'll be happy to bat all day. He doesn't care about scoring runs. But Helm now round the wicket to Lees, and this one is driven beautifully through the covers, a little bit over pitched, and Lees climbs into that one and hits it through extra cover for 4. And the scoreboard races on to 24 without loss.
Throw down. That's a throw down delivery from Helm. Yeah. Sort of not maybe the first over in, first delivery was loose, and then obviously Durham having a right hand, left hand opening combo, not looking comfortable, or maybe doesn't feel comfortable coming over the wicket to Lees, so changes to around the wicket, and unfortunately just a little bit too full when an international opener is going to climb into that 9 times out of 10.
He sure did. Didn't miss that one. It's Helm again round the wicket. This one's a little bit straighter, and Lees clips this one into the leg side, and Stoneman does brilliantly running around and throwing that at the stumps, and that would have been tight with a direct hit.
going off the reaction of the Middlesex fielders, a direct hit, you probably would have guessed he would have gone.
It would have been close, that is for sure. Lee's not the quickest between the wickets, and that was a brilliant bit of fielding by Stoneman. And Lee survives and adds another one to the total of 25 without loss after 11 overs. And Helm going for 10 off his first. A little bit loose, but I'm sure he'll ease into his work as the session goes on.
Yeah, it's getting the first delivery and first over out of the way for anyone. Start of a day, start of a spell. You just want get your first out of the way. First delivery, first over. Sure, he'll come back and be tight. Skipper's going to keep himself on at this end.
Yeah, he likes to bowl long spells, Roland Jones.
A little bit longer than he expected, especially as we've already mentioned. He's got Umesh Yadav waiting in the wings, who's clocked up nearly 160 Test wickets for India.
It's not the worst. It's a steady four-seam attack, isn't it?
Yeah. Into Lees, he bowls, and Lees just defends that straight up to Helm, no run. As you mentioned, they're just a solid all-round bowling attack for Middlesex.
Yeah, they're all a little bit different as well. Jones is quite tall. Yadav's got that little bit of extra pace and a little bit shorter. Helm's taken a lot of wickets this year. And you've got Bamba, who's been eagerly waiting for one of these guys. I had Shaheen Shah Afridi earlier in the season as well, so...
Yeah, but when you're stuck behind him, it's sort of I'm a frustrated not to be playing, but you get to learn off him every day in training. So that's the trade-off. As Ronan Jones into Lees again, and Lees flicks off his legs in front of square, just be a single. I think that's Bamba down there at long leg. It is. As you mentioned, Yadav there probably with the slight bit of extra pace. I'd imagine Ronan Jones. I mean, I said it in the last over. I thought that would have been his last, maybe one more. But he's the captain. He decides when he wants to take himself off at this rate.
Absolutely. Yadav might be interesting to face on this one. There's not a lot of bounce in the pitch and not a lot of pace, but I'm sure whatever is in it, these international bowlers tend to get it out, don't they?
Ronan Jones in again, past the umpire and bowls. Solid defence from Michael Jones. No run. As you mentioned, pitch isn't really... There's a little bit of movement off the pitch. We've seen Bamba get a few to nip back into the batters.
Yeah.
Ronan Jones, obviously, with his extra height, is always going to create a little bit of extra bounce off the wicket. But after the first couple of overs of keeping it tight, there's been no... Apart from the first couple of overs, as we say, keeping it tight, there was a couple ones that flashed just past the stumps. Nothing majorly threatening to either of these Durham openers, really.
At the moment, it looks like a good toss to lose. Because I would have definitely bowled first, looking at the overhead conditions.
Ronan Jones in again.
And that's died all the way through to the keeper.
2 bounces before it reached Simpson. Even then, Simpson couldn't take it cleanly. Maybe that's some of the variable bounce we'll see throughout the day.
I think we might see it through the 4 days. I was just about to ask Marty there. This is probably the first game we've seen this side of the square this season.
At the start, right?
Not.
Right. Okay. So really early in the season, Marty's saying though they played at this side, but the majority of games have been played over towards the old scoreboard side.
Ronan Jones in again, playing a miss outside off again, just sort of slightly dying to the wicketkeeper. No run. Don't know what it has been since you've just decided to come on commentary. The Durham openers decided to go.
Yeah, get on with it.
We'll start playing some shots now.
Absolutely. Was it?
The last ball.
Yeah, the Leicester one I think was about 2 or 3 pitches away from the international one, wasn't it? A couple of weeks ago.
Last ball of the over. Ronan Jones into Jones. Bowls. Thick outside edge from Jones. Past the diving fielder. Might go all the way to the boundary and does. A thickish out. It was sort of it's a half and half shot. He's not really defending, but he's not really attacking. Soft hands though, straight down into the ground. Squirts past the diving fielder. I think at 3rd slip. Runs down to the boundary and it ends the over with a 4:30 for 0 off 12.
There was intent to score there, wasn't there? But you'd be disappointed in your 3rd slip if I was Roland Jones. He's probably dived over that one, Holman. And again, another boundary for Jones, just showing a little bit of intent there, maybe feeling that they've settled in the first 45 minutes of this session. Middlesex would have been expecting to grab a couple of maybe 2 wickets by now.
Well, they've added 15 just in the last 2 overs. So I checked at the end of 10 overs and it was just 15 without loss. And obviously Helm had the loose start.
Yeah. And he comes in again around the wicket, back of a length, and just pushed out into the leg side for no run. But yeah, both batters just starting to look a little bit more comfortable and confident in the pitch and the conditions. There's a little bit of blue sky. It's a bit of a Simpsons sky if you
my generation.
A lot of bright blue and some cloud knocking around.
My generation. As we've mentioned, there doesn't seem to be a lot of pace or bounce. So while you look at it and go, yeah, it's a little bit on the green side, as a batter, you sort of go, well, just see off the opening bowlers, get the change bowlers on, and then you should be able to settle win.
That's it. And this one in from Helm is just inside edge back into his leg by Lees. Just a little update there. Derbyshire are 24 for 5 against Worcester. Incredible. Well, I was just about to mention
24 for
yeah,
okay.
24 for 5.
I know England test team have had some ridiculous scores, but I don't think I've ever seen 24 for 5.
And Yorkshire 17 for 3 v Hampshire, who are on an absolute roll at the moment. That'll make you smile.
We need to be on a roll as well. We need to catch Surrey. Unfortunately, Surrey able to turn last week's seemingly dead rubber after 2 days into a win, thanks to Will Jacks smacking 150 not out.
As Helm again around the wicket, and Lees pushes this one straight back to the bowler for no run.
We're in a position now where you can't really afford. Surrey are in the position where obviously it's hard when games are going on at the same time, but they can afford to match Hampshire's results, and Hampshire have got to go all out now. Draws won't do us any good. We've got to go out for wins, and nice to see us get off to a good start. I think Barker opened the bowling, took one at the end of the first over. Abbas has got 2. Made a slight change in the batting department today. Anwar Donald's dropped out and Joe Weatherly comes in to reinforce the top 3, so everyone shifts down 1. But yeah, it's a very good start. Can't let the middle order though get in. Need to get them skittled.
And Helm again around the wicket. This one's hit Lees on the backside, I think, and it'll trickle away out to square leg for a leg bye. Moving the score on to 31 without loss. Jones on 17, Lees on 12.
Again, just strained down the leg side a little bit from Helm. He hasn't quite settled in bowling round the wicket to Lees. Maybe it is just the fact that he is bowling round the wicket to a left-hander is the sole reason, but he definitely has looked a little bit more on it to Jones. Obviously, apart from that cover drive that Jones exquisitely hit to the fence.
Yeah, that was his first ball, wasn't it? It was a long... Sorry, it was... took off his, yeah, it took off his hip, wasn't it? His first ball.
Yeah.
As Helm now bounds in. Nice high action. And this one's tucked into the leg side, but for no run from Jones. Quite a blustery day here in the northeast. There's rain forecast later on today, but we've escaped with just a little couple of sprinkles earlier in the session. And we saw some umbrellas going up the opposite side of the ground, but we've escaped that. And this ground can do that. It can be pouring down with rain 2 minutes away, and this escapes it down the river. As Helm now over the wicket, and this one Jones looks to cut, but it must have seamed back towards him and cramped him for room as he nudges that into the offside. And Tom Helm, after going for 10 in his first over, will be happy to register a maiden in his second. So he has none for 10 from 2. Durham are 31 without loss.
That's the first one we've really seen Helm, any bowler really, pull it back of a length and really pull it back. That's verging on bounce length. Obviously, bounce of the pitch, not really doing a lot, so didn't really get up. And like you say, Jones either looking to pull or cut, probably caught in 2 minds. Like we say, first one that's really jumped up, so maybe a slight change in tactics from Middlesex, as we do see Umesh Yadav replacing the captain Toby Ronan-Jones. Just saw at the end of the last over there, I think it was Sam Robson in the slip corner going through some stretches. I know he went in Toby Ronan-Jones' last over, he went down, he was chasing it, he didn't pull up lame, but there was a few moments where, you know, he looked over at someone else who's running down towards it, and maybe he was sort of signalling, well, you run down for it. So
that's why you dive over it, mate. Let somebody else run after it.
Umesh Yadav, as we mentioned, 158 Test wickets for India, 34 years old, experienced campaigner, knows what will be required of him. You know, it's simple at this point. You need to break this opening partnership.
Just attack the stumps at pace. That's what he'll try and do.
Bowls to Lees first up, slightly short of a length first delivery. Lees just pushes out into mid wicket, no run.
A little bit cooler up here today. There's a breeze. It is still humid, but compared to earlier in the week where we saw record temperatures for the one-day international on Tuesday. And I was mentioning we played club cricket on Saturday, and I was actually looking for hand warmers. So that is probably a sign of me getting old and soft. and just an indication of the temperature changes.
Yadav to bowl in.
Ooh.
Lee's defends, but not comprehensively. I think defends it straight onto his front pad and just squirts away out into the offside.
And I think that's what Yadav's going to bring to this. He's going to bowl full and straight, and he's a bit quicker and a little bit skiddier than the other guys.
Test the technique out of anything.
He really will, and test the pitch, because there's not a lot of bounce in this pitch. He might just get the ball to, as they say, kiss off the grass at a little bit extra pace.
Might see some slight variations from him as well. We know we always talk about it in white ball. Your cross seamers, your off cutters, maybe start to bring in some of those in quite early. He's in again to Lees. Again, slightly short of a length, and Lees was able to tuck it way off his hip, but straight to mid wicket, no run. That's 3 deliveries now in sort of the last 9 or 10 where we have seen Helm, and now Yadav has definitely pulled some of his back.
Yeah.
Definitely seems like a concerted effort from Middlesex to test out the batters a little bit more.
Yeah, nothing head height though, is there? They've all kind of been, those balls have been hip and around hip height rather than letting them sniff it.
Yadav in. Lees defends off his pads, no run. I think it's probably a little bit too early to start going to head high stuff. I don't think in the first hour of.
You'd like to test 1 or 2, wouldn't you, just to let them know that
maybe 1 or 2, yeah. But I don't think we're about to see, if
Neil Wagner.
I'm going to say if Middlesex had the pleasure of a Mark Wood in their bowling 11, I don't think we're going to start seeing some short fields, maybe some double bluffs, but
no, you definitely want to use the pitch at the moment.
Yadav in again, bowls to Lees, looks to drive, but drives it straight to the ground, and cover will pick it up for no run.
Are we going to run a sweep on the first ball change? I've got a feeling there's been a little bit of rain around and maybe a bit of dampness in the outfield.
I give it 6 overs before they ask the question. That's something that really annoys me.
Yeah.
It's annoying everyone this year, but sort of it's something maybe the ICC do have to look at in terms of just for all forms. Maybe you're allowed 1, maximum 2 asks, and after that you've got to stick with it. Yadav in again,
like a review system.
Yeah,
review the ball
because you should.
Oh dear.
Or over.
Yeah.
Lees there's an overthrow and misfield. Lees wants to come back and take the freebie, but Jones sends him back. Yadav starts with a maiden over. That's why he's just pointed out to us that already put up the maiden over figure on the scoreboard opposite us, so he wasn't allowed. But yeah, you shouldn't be allowed, and it's like we've seen it in the Test series that England have played. Like you go up probably 3-4 times in the space of 4 or 5 overs. Yeah. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. It sort of it doesn't bring the game into test review, but that's taking it way too far. But it's very clearly the umpires have checked it and they're not going to change it. So just get on with it. Yeah. You're professionals.
I'm a bit both sides on this one because the balls.
Here we go.
Yeah, I told you.
It's already happened. My 6 over prediction was way too far.
Nostradamus.
Toby Roden-Jones just walked up to the umpire and asked for them to have a little conflab.
And sometimes, if there's nothing happening, the fielding side will just take a chance and go, umpire, have a look at this ball.
Very, very quickly sent back.
Yeah, but it won't be long. It won't be long until that changes around and Marty joins us back. There, thanks, Rob. And what we need is somebody to write an article about it, Marty.
Yeah, it's on the county page on the Durham and the BBC Cricket website. If you want to have a look at the article that I wrote.
As Helm over the wicket to Michael Jones. First ball after the inspection is a dot.
I don't think they changed the balls.
No, they didn't.
At the end of a even over, that's normally the 17th.
It's an
or
odd over,
13th for this one.
I'll bow to your knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't know why that just popped into my head, but I thought there's nothing happening here. I wonder if they just throw the ball to the umpire and just take a chance, and they did, but the 2 umpires have...
There's obviously an issue that the chief executive of the manufacturer said COVID had affected their supplies, and so they're not being able to store as many balls as they could before, and balls need to mature.
They're definitely different, that's all I'll say, as Helm comes in over the wicket, and Jones guides this really nicely down to third man.
Nice shot.
And with a lack of gully, and Robson certainly not chasing that one with any... Yeah. You might be right there, Rob. He's just doing a few random stretches and that as he's run along, so he might have a little issue there. But another 4 to Jones. He moves on to 21, and Durham 35 without loss.
Sam Robson, when Durham played and won at Lords towards the end of the 2019 season, his brother Angus was on loan at Durham, on trial here. And
what's happened to him? He's kind of drifted away. He was at Durham and Leicester, wasn't he? And then
I think he got a 50 in that match as well. 35 for none here.
One of life's great mysteries. What's happened to Angus Robson? As Helm comes in over the wicket, and Jones defends this nicely out into the offside. And what's happened, Angus? Where are you? What's going on?
See who he's playing for.
So the ground staff seemed a little bit happier as Vic's deck chair and that comes out over to the boundary, and the boys have pulled up their comfortable blue seats as they watch from in front of Lumley Castle on the old scoreboard. Helm just settling in now, starting to hit line and length.
He was.
If he wants a game for Washington on Saturday. As Helm comes in over the wicket, this one back of a length is pushed away to around the short leg area by Michael Jones for no run.
Well, it doesn't look like he's done anything since 2019. He was playing for Kidderminster. Is that the Birmingham Premier League? Durham seconds and Durham first. He played for Durham City the year before. Leicestershire 2013 to 2016.
I wonder if he's back in Australia. Maybe he's If anybody knows, get in touch.
Leicester, they sound like a good team. Leicester Ivanhoe, that's a good name, isn't it?
Quality, that.
Yeah.
As Helm bounds in. Jones on strike, who defends nicely out into the covers, and the youthful Stoneman picks it up and fires it into the keeper. So I'm saying that I was selfishly really hoping that Middlesex were batting there, because I miss watching Rocky bat. He's one of my favourites.
It's quite loud. The news has begun. Gave me a bit of a shock there.
It's Helm. Last ball of his third over. Jones on strike with that high back lifted. This one thuds into his thigh pad and trickles out into the leg side for no run. Durham at 35 without loss. Jones on 21, Lee's on 12.
Well, not a bad first hour for Durham then.
Yeah, they take that after losing the toss, that is for sure. On what looks like a pretty seamer-friendly pitch in useful overhead conditions.
Yorkshire 20 for 4 now against Hampshire and Scarborough. In Cheltenham, glorious place to watch a game of cricket, even though on hot weather you melt on the balcony there, as I did 4 years ago.
Sam Blacklock was telling me about that on Friday.
It was hot there. He had to have right arm over, played down into the ground by Lees. That bounces a long way up, doesn't it? Where are we? Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 44 for 1 against Northampton, week 2 of the festival there. Warwickshire 40 for none against Surrey at the Oval. Derbyshire are playing Worcestershire in Worcester, and they're now 33 for 5.
Flying now.
They haven't got going in Manchester. It's raining. It's too far south.
Shock.
Lancashire against Kent there. Chelmsford, Essex 37 for none against Somerset. Yadav to Lees. We're playing and missing that daisy cutters through to the keeper.
Simpson's done very well to get behind that. As that skidded away outside the off stump. Lees will be very thankful that wasn't straight.
Matthew Mullins is emailed. He says, "Morning Marty, from a very rainy Shaftesbury. Here's a lovely photo of the very small Gold Hill, which I took this morning before it started to hammer down with the rain, hoping for a Durham win." You weren't in England when this hill became famous. It was on an advert for a loaf of bread.
So I was watching the stream somewhere,
right?
And I heard it was at the Hovers Hill or something like that. Is that right? Yeah.
Played back to Yadav this time by.
Which is very underwhelming.
It's very because it looks really long and high there, but actually, just out of shot is the main road at the bottom. So it's literally just yards worth of cobbled hill.
Yeah.
And it's a dead end at the top as well, from memory.
Yeah, we managed to take a couple of got a couple of games on the stream while we're away, which was nice.
Did all roads lead to Rome? If you took the wrong turn,
that one did.
Could end up in Naples instead.
That one did.
Yeah, I'd have Bowles. This has gone up to mid-off. Bobbles up to mid-off. To Tom Helm.
It's a long ride from the Dolomites, about 6 or 7 hours for us.
Yeah, that's quite a long way up, isn't it? The Dolomites.
You'd have loved it up there.
Border country, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Cycling country up there.
Well, isn't it the Dolomites you drive into when you've come through the Mont Blanc tunnel?
That's a really good question. One that I do not have the answer for.
Are they
it's in the
central?
very north. Yeah. Austria and places to that effect are not far away. We saw lots of signs.
Like, we've come through the Mont Blanc tunnel a few times. That crazy motorway down to Milan.
Yeah, it's some interesting driving. That is for sure over there.
That's you're telling me.
Not far from Cortina, where we were based, where the Winter Olympics is going to be held. So there's
it's ski country, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful, very beautiful.
No, I haven't. That's not. It's still a continuation of the Alps where we were. The Dolomites are further across to the east.
Okay.
Trento. Ball played off towards long leg here for one by Lees. Not far from Verona.
No.
Where the
where
Giro d'Italia's time trial.
That's where we flew into, and then, not flew into, airport close to Verona.
Kev's on to his 9th cuppa of the day. How many sachets of milk? Yeah, nightmare, those things. Right, here's an update for Eddie Newcastle. Yeah, a bit of a muggy day here with some forecasts for the possibility of thunderstorms later on. So in that mind, Middlesex won the toss and decided to put Durham in. But so far it's been a decent morning for Durham. They are 36 without loss. Alex Lees has 13. Michael Jones, who's set to join the Scotland one-day squad later in the week, has 21. Just seen a 4 there from Lees. And Matty Potts, an unexpected addition to the Durham lineup today. They were given late permission by the ECB for him to come back and play for them. So Durham now 40-4 in the 17th over. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Yeah, lovely shot from Alex Lees, just easing into a cover drive from Helm, over pitching round the wicket. As Marty's just said there, a decent morning for Durham so far, 40 without loss. As Helm again around the wicket, adjusts his length this time and a little bit straighter as it's pushed to mid-on for no run. And a little bit of cloak and dagger stuff maybe from Durham this morning, with Matty Potts being a late inclusion. But he's handy, isn't he? He hasn't played for quite a while for Durham, and he's ready and raring to go again in red ball. Played here on Tuesday for England and suffered some heat stroke.
Yeah,
he'll definitely not have that issue today.
I stayed well away on Tuesday. I just hid in the house.
I'll tell you a little bit about my Tuesday in a moment as Helm comes round the wicket. And this one's clipped with a little bit of a leading edge out to mid-off for no run. So my wife and I purchased some tickets late and came, and my wife watched 8 overs and went home. She says, I'm not sitting watching cricket that I don't really like in this heat just for you. And I went, that's a good decision. I'm going to come with you. So I was on my way out and we got to the car, and a mate of mine happened to be in hospitality. He says, I've got a spare ticket if you want to come up. So I allowed my wife to go home, and I ventured upstairs into hospitality and tried to hydrate myself as much as possible as Helm comes in round the wicket, and this one's guided away through the vacant gully region. It'll just be the 2 as Lees comes back now.
I thought Potts had 44 wickets before he went off to play for England. It's actually 35.
I was going to say it was 35, wasn't it?
Roland Jones has got 44.
35 in about.
And then Michael Hogan from Glamorgan's next in the Division 2 with 37. Then Michael Nisa from Glamorgan.
Well, they both cleaned up the other day, didn't they, on Friday, where they had that remarkable victory when there was 5 million runs.
Was that the first score plus 400 by anybody in this country, was it?
No, Brian Lara.
Oh, I forgot. Brian Lara's 501.
I think it's the third over 400. And that's,
get after that.
As that one's crisply driven. Helm just missing his length here. If he's back of a length, he's a little bit straight, and if he's outside the off stump, he's just a little bit full. This one again is driven by Lees away to the cover point boundary for 4. Moves Durham on to 46 without loss. Lees now on to 23. Jones on 21.
Well, Sam North East with his paltry 410 not out is now the leading run maker in the Division 2 with 1,127. Shan Masood got a boatload of runs before he then went off with Pakistan to Sri Lanka. Derbyshire there, 1,074.
Lovely
Ben
player to
Duggan of
watch.
Notts, 1,00005.
I think it bumped his actual career average up by 2 runs or something, like stupid. It was 410 not out.
This shows you the form Sean Dixon was in. He hasn't played since May, and he's 9th with 750 runs.
Wow.
And then Mark Storman's just behind him.
As Helm finishes his over, and this one's around the wicket and just back of a length and punched nicely to mid-off, but for no run, and that ends the 17th over. So it's an odd over, Marty. Will we have a ball change? Just the body language of the Middlesex lads is like,
One of the things that ECB said was they were looking at the balls, and there was obviously an issue about the longevity of them, the quality, but they said players are complaining more because they can't use spit and saliva anymore.
Yeah, I agree
So
with
when
that
they're
as
not
well.
getting wickets because the ball's not behaving like it used to when they could,
Yeah.
the first thing they do is complain to the umpire the ball's not working.
Well, I was talking to William Dobson, who's Durham's scorer here this morning, and I just asked a question. This will be record runs at Durham this year, and he was like, aggregate for sure. I'm all for, give the bowlers a chance, let the thumbnails come back into it, and
Pepsi
the
ring
spit-
pulls.
Yeah, why not? Have designated weapons.
Here's Yadav. That's punched off the back foot. That's a good diving stop in the covers there. Jones with the shot. Who was that with the stop? Was that Peter Milan?
It's a great bit of fielding. That was a
down
sensational
sharp to his
shot.
right, because that looked like it was away for 4. It's not the biggest of boundaries towards the pavilion. It's been suggested to me in places it's only 55 yards. It tapers round as well, just in front of the health club, and short boundary there. Yadav in again. Jones forward to this one, plays it behind point, 1 run. We'll get Kev back in at the end of this over, and then are you here till when? Are you here till
Lunch.
lunch?
Yeah.
Then you're having your lunch, and then you're going.
No, I'm shooting.
No,
shooting at
shooting.
lunch. Yeah.
So no such thing as a free lunch today, then.
No. Oh, I could have messaged Sam, but not that kind of guy.
Yeah.
The vegetarian sausage.
Have you gone vegetarian? That wasn't an option, was it? Vegetarian sausage. Butternut squash.
Sounds delightful.
47 for none. Yadav in to bowl to Lees, and Lees plays it out into the covers, and no run there. Stopped by Stoneman, who's got a big patch of mud on his right buttock. Sun is out at the moment, but weather bubbling and drifting to us from Scotland apparently, and it's wet on the west side as well, because they haven't got
west side.
There's no play at all in Manchester today, this morning anyway.
Beautiful now. Sunshine.
In comes the bowler, that's whipped away to square leg, no run there. In all the years I've gone to Old Trafford to cover T20 games, I can't remember a single T20 being affected by the weather there. Ironically, the only game that was affected by the weather this year for Durham in the T20 was against Lancashire, but it was in Blackpool. And I remember one day as being washed out. The end of one year, 2017, I think Durham needed. That was when they'd been docked 2 points after relegation, and they needed a point to get out of the group, and it rained, and that was the end of that. 2 points to get out of the group, and it rained, and that was the end of that. And it's been a little bit mixed in county championship matches. There was one season around about 2014 where it was August time, but it was quite stormy, so there was a bit of bad weather that week. But generally, it's not been too bad. But I have worked for months in Salford and Manchester during the winter, and you never see the sun. Never saw the sun from
It's
November
great,
through
isn't
about
it?
March.
Yeah.
Yeah. In comes the bowler. This is defended. I'm just looking here at the stats, and Peter Milan, who's playing for Middlesex, of all the clubs he's played for, lots of league clubs in the northwest of England, Colne in the Lancashire League, Rochdale, Barrow in Cumbria, Lancaster and Kendal,
But he scored some
and he
runs
also
there.
had a spell at Ramsbottom
Okay.
And my friends live in Rammy, and I went to watch Ramsbottom against Todmorden in the Lancashire League last year, and we melted. It was so hot. And I'll never forget this. It was quite funny. This batsman was out, and he was very angry, the Todmorden batsman, and he came in and threw the bat off the wall with the usual sort of stuff. And I'd said to my friends, just beware, he's unhappy with this decision from the umpires here. And they said, how can you tell? And I said, just listen. And then bang. And then a few expletives about the umpires. And then it all calmed down, so everybody's relaxing, and this little old man came over and says, where is he? Where's the crybaby? And then he went up to the window of the dressing room and started accusing this batsman of being a big crybaby.
Love it.
Very surreal situation. I think Ramsbottom won as well at the end of the day.
His helm over the wicket to Jones. Oh, there's a little inside edge there, otherwise that looked very, very straight. But trickles out into the leg side for no run. Do you know what?
They've got a beautiful pavilion there. It looks like it's been plucked from Alice Springs. It's gorgeous old wooden building.
Got the veranda
with these balustrades and the stripy colours, the sort of yellow and greens. Lovely.
Nice.
The football ground just over the fence.
That's Helm. Delivers, and Jones flashes a square drive which will run away over the square. Pretty much the full length of the square out to... Where's the groundsman gone? Out to Vic's deck chair? Yeah? They might have gone for lunch. It's a beautiful square drive that from Jones, and that brings up the 50 partnership as they move to 51 without loss. Jones moves on to 26, Lee's on 23. A very satisfying morning so far after being put into bat after Middlesex won the toss, and what was very favourable overhead conditions and what looked like a green pitch, which already looks like it's starting to just brown off a little bit. There's Helm again. Right arm over the wicket, and Jones allows this one through to the keeper. Hasn't been many leaves either today, has there? There's been a lot of bat on ball.
Wait till September, there'll be plenty then.
Yeah, very good.
Will it be the wrong type? Will it be the wrong type of leaves? Will we be talking about low rail adhesion, which dominates our travel bulletins during the September-October era?
Rock and roll.
Yeah. We'll get Kev back at the end of this over because he's going to end up tipping over backwards in that chair. I think.
That's Helm, and this one's just defended out. A little bit of a thick inside edge out into the leg side for no run. He looks very comfortable there, Kev, as he does in most places that he sits, to be fair.
I'll tell you what, he's got good hamstrings. The height he's got, his feet up the window. Done well.
Counter leap,
I can't do that.
That is impressive.
I can't do that. Short hamstrings now, family.
You're 25 for 5 from our Hampshire fan. Back now. Rob, very impressed. Again, another good attack down at Hampshire.
Mohammed Abbas is there now, isn't he?
Wow. As Helm, and this one's tucked away, and this will be down to fine leg for another single.
Still have nightmares about Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah.
He ran through Durham twice in an afternoon at Leicester a few years back. They were bowled out for 61 and 66.
Ooh, it's like that. Head bowling coach down at Hampshire, Pop Welsh. Very proud man from the northeast.
Graham, isn't he? Where's he from?
Hetton.
I was in Hetton on Saturday.
What did you do to deserve that?
I went to see Eppleton against Whitburn.
Did you?
Yeah.
As Lees clips this one away nicely out. But there is a man at deep square leg.
Low scoring epic.
Stoneman does the fielding. And that ends the over. Durham are 50, is it 54? 53 without loss. And I'm going to pass back to Kev, who will steadily make...
Thanks to Ash Thorpe, Martin Emerson, Kevin Hand from BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio London. We've got Rob Rush with us as well this game, and Ash just popping in this morning to collect a few bits and bobs before he goes off to enjoy his summer holidays.
Do you go off and watch cricket every Saturday then, on your Saturdays off?
Well,
is that your choice or your wife's? See, there's a really good match going on down the road. Why don't you go and watch it?
Yeah. I don't know why she thought I'd be interested in Borden thirds. No, I've actually managed to get to a few Saturday games recently because in the first part of the season, every game started on a Thursday, so I never saw a single local league game.
Yeah.
And then the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been able to go and watch some matches. So it's nice to keep in touch. Start of a new over. Yadav has been replaced by Bamba.
Yeah, change of ends.
Yeah.
It's
Now
6th
bowling
over.
from the Finkel end, our end of the ground. What would be your local team?
Big local team would be Teddington.
What league are they in? Middlesex League.
Yes, and a chap who you may or may not have worked with, Abhishek Chunchumala, who does a lot of the TMS IPL games. He's done a couple of T20s as well.
Bamba in again. This is off towards square leg.
Played in the IPL. He's their MD of cricket.
Right.
Yeah, big link up with Teddington. Mind you, saying that, Sunbury are probably the closest for me. Sunbury are the one that forever are churning out the players. Roland Jones and co.
All on the Thames then, eh?
Aye.
So you got Teddington Lock,
Yep,
Sunbury on Thames, isn't it?
that's it.
Then where else have you
Richmond,
got near there?
nearby.
Richmond.
Adam
Going
London.
the other way. My cousin lived at Walton on Thames for a while. Quite nice along there.
Adam London's the MD of cricket, I think, at Richmond, or he was anyway. Middlesex batter.
Do they
for
play in
a
that
while.
big park at Richmond then, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice there, isn't it?
Oh, well, no, they don't
No?
actually. No, they play in Old Deers Park.
Right. Bamba right arm over, comes in and bowls. It's left wide of off stump by Jones.
Which is where London Welsh play rugby.
Right.
So same one. You see that it's
If
Kew
you go-
Gardens actually.
Yeah, I know where that bit is, and you've got the floating boat houses there
You
as
got
well.
the pagoda end.
Yes.
That's got to be the best named
Yeah.
end. The pagoda end.
It's nice along there. The
Old Deer Park. That's it. DT says you just imagine a load of elderly women with walking sticks
Yeah.
wandering around the outfield. He's a terror, isn't he?
Bamba in. Jones leaves. It goes low to the keeper. 2 slips in place at the moment, and a gully.
That's a good point, actually. Why is it Old Deer Park? 'Cause Richmond Park, which is where you were asking, is it in the big park that they play? Richmond Park, full of deers, of course. And then Old Deer Park,
Full of deer.
but full of deer. Sorry,
Yes.
darling.
Dear me. Mices. We had plenty of mices in our house in the winter.
Did you?
Oh,
What happened?
I don't know how they got in, but they got in, and then they just kept coming. Bamba in, and this is played up to mid-on. You could hear them in the walls and everything. And I caught 12 in a week
How?
with McVitie's chocolate digestives and a trap, and then eventually it just became too much, so we had to get a person in to sort it out. But
You caught 12 in a week and it still wasn't enough.
No, there
How
was-
many were there?
they were breeding like mice. They were everywhere. I don't know how they got in. I think they might have got into the garage, and then somehow from the garage they've got into the house. I don't know how,
Yeah.
but they can get through tiny gaps the size of pencils.
Yeah, they can, yeah.
Bamba bowls. Ooh, bit of a leading edge there. An inside edge, bottom corner of the bat out towards square leg for Jones. 1 run.
And they're great looking little things, aren't they? It's just the mice droppings. That's the problem.
Oh
isn't it?
yes. Well, I was on one of my days off last week. I decided to have a proper look through the garage to see what damage they'd caused. And, there was a set of shelves that made some nests and stuff like that. And then I picked a pair of my wife's trainers up, and they'd made a nest inside the trainers, and they chew everything up to make the nest as well. So they caused quite a bit of damage. So anyway, the walls are silent at the moment.
Yeah.
So no doubt they'll be back in the winter. So I've got to try and work out how they're getting in between now and then, and get some mesh and stuff down.
Here's Yadav back on. Change of ends. He only had 3 to begin with. None for 2 from 3 with 1 maiden. I think what will worry Middlesex is they've bowled well. I don't think they've done anything wrong here.
It's been a hard place to get wickets this year. Flat tracks.
Well, this
slow.
was their fancy last week at Lords, and they came in for all sorts of criticism, and Sussex racked up 523 having been put in. Yadav bowls and full straight defended. It's. I mean, we said straight away the batters don't look rushed out there, so it looks as though it's slightly on the slow side, this surface. So even with that greenish tinge, it's not doing anything to alarm the batters greatly.
Some breaking news. It's absolutely not my cup of tea, but the UK will host the Eurovision Song Contest next year on behalf of winners Ukraine. I think Newcastle Arena is trying to bid to host it.
This is clipped to mid-wicket by Jones off Yadav. No run. No, not. It used to be. I used to love Terry Wogan doing it.
Yeah, I watched it when I was a kid, but not in recent times. It always seems to coincide with the Durham trip to Worcester for some reason.
Does it?
Yes.
You and Dave Bradley go to the pub and watch it, do you?
Yeah, of course.
You could imagine Brad as doing Eurovision. He'd have his own little night at the pub, wouldn't he? Eurovision night hosted by Dave Bradley.
You reckon?
Yes. He'd be quite good at it, actually. Here's Yadav bowls, Jones defends, back into the offside. Well, he'd be like Terry Wogan. He just wouldn't take it seriously for 1 minute, would he?
I don't think Bradders goes to the pub these days, does he? He did come and meet us one night. We got the train from Worcester down to Great Malvern so we could go to this pub that I like there. What a chew on that was. I had to get a taxi from that pub to the other end of Malvern to get the other train back, because it does this sort of V shape down the line.
Right.
So it stops at one station in Malvern on the way out and then a completely different one on the way back. So
Yadav bowls, and this ball's pushed back, no run. Birmingham's like that, isn't it? When you go into Edgbaston, don't you get... Well, I'm coming from the other side of the country, obviously, but I'm sure you have to get the train into one place and then back out again.
I don't know, I've never got the train to Edgbaston. There is a stop at Edgbaston, isn't there? It's up the top of the hill. And then the next one on the line, I think, is University, which is on the canal.
They actually had, and this isn't going back that far, there was a £5 train to Birmingham from London.
Was there?
Regularly. Extraordinarily cheap. Only going back 10 years.
Yeah.
Out of bowls, full, driven up to mid-on. 55 without loss. Doing my bit for the BBC, you know. The away expenses.
Yeah. Well, I remember you once flying in from Spain, cheaper than I could do.
Exactly,
to Leeds.
Exactly, that was the mad thing. It was cheaper to live in Spain than it was London. And cover Middlesex. I saw a few Middlesex fans on the bus on the way this morning. They said, we thought the BBC would have got you a taxi. I said, those days are long gone. Long gone. Yadav past the umpire. Balls, and this is left alone through to the keeper. And there's no run. It's not a bad little bus run up from Durham to Chesley Street, actually, is it? Stroll past Chesley Street Cricket Club on the way.
Yeah.
Another maiden for Yadav, number 2 from 4 now.
Last time I was at Chesley Street Cricket Club was for a driver awareness course.
What was the away game that had led to it?
It wasn't actually, and that was what annoyed me, something rotten. I'd done 10,000 miles that summer and then went on a shopping trip to York with my missus after the season had finished, in a speed camera van on the 864.
A costly shopping trip with your missus.
Yeah. And I just said to her, I've got to be careful driving along here because there's always a speed camera van in this lay-by down the way, and
click.
I was accelerating to avoid a dangerous situation. That's how I'll describe it.
Mind you, she's big time, your missus. She probably took you on the shopping trip, didn't she? She's TV. Mrs. Emerson.
Bamba comes around the wicket, start of a new over from the Finkel end. He's appealing for an LBW on a ball that's hit the thigh pad and was going down the leg side, and surprisingly the umpire's not interested. I don't know, I don't know if they even get is there even a budget for clothing for TV people these days? Those things have probably disappeared as well.
I tried to push it through on the expenses last year on the old tax return. The accountant said, no, you can't get away with that.
No.
I said, but you've got to be on camera all the time. No, we can't get away with it. I know a few who have pushed it through. They obviously don't have accountants and just kind of tick a box. And that's the answer. Don't have an accountant.
Bamba round the wicket to Lees. This is played a short mid-wicket no run then. I was looking through the expenses system a few months ago, and I'd never spotted this section before, but there's a point apparently lots of...
Is this the BBC one?
Yeah, lots of self-employed people do this, but you can claim back professional fees for organisations you remember of. So I presume if you're...
Cricket Writers Club.
Well, does the Cricket Writers Club fall into that? I don't know, but I suppose if you're a barrister Do you remember the Law Society or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. Or accountants would have something, wouldn't they? This is played up to mid-on, no run off Leeds. And I've never understood tax, and I always do find it taxing, even though the advert said it didn't have to be.
How did we get onto this? Eurovision, that's taxing. Ever since Terry Wogan had gone. So Ukraine won this year, did they? And UK are going to host it instead? Are you serious? Newcastle are after it?
Yeah, they have.
Nice.
There was a report on our radio station last week, I think. This is clipped away nicely off the hips by Lees, and he's found a gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he's put it to the pavilion steps for 4. Nice shot. Yeah, apparently... I think whoever hosts it has to have a building of 10,000 seats or more, and I think the arena in Newcastle holds 11. They're building a new arena on the riverside next to the Sage Music Centre. So the new arena will become the Sage, and the Sage is going to be called something else, but that's going to be one of these big arenas, a bit like the ones in Leeds and whatever. Bamber in again. This is turned away off the legs by Lees for 1 towards deep square leg. Durham move on to 60 for none. Here on the BBC.
Oh, speaking of big venues in cities, when I was at Trent Bridge the other week, last night of the 4-day game, so obviously hotel had gone from the 3rd evening, Frankie Valli was playing.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Frankie Valli was playing. Apparently...
Four seasons in one day.
And the Girdler had tickets,
Did he?
But he had to get rid of them. I can't remember what... So it was a pre-COVID event, and he had tickets, and cashed them in.
He's
when the
taking
event
me
was
for a night
cancelled.
out in September. We're going to see Jocelyn Brown and a few other sort of soul singers at some event. Bamber over the wicket this time to Jones, the right-hander.
Just the two of you?
Just the two of us, yeah. End of the over. That's 60 for none.
Where is it? Why? Are you at Trent Bridge? Or?
Yeah, I don't know where. Is it the Queen's Hall or somewhere in Nottingham? I can't remember.
That sounds familiar. That's where Frankie Valli was playing, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that. It was a crazy price each ticket, though. About £100 a ticket.
Wow. I do like Frankie Valli had a good voice, didn't he? There's the Jersey Boys, the musical's meant to be quite good. I've not actually seen it, but
it's fantastic. Yeah, I'd definitely recommend that. But imagine seeing Frankie Valli live, though. I mean,
especially when he got shot in the Sopranos. It's an incredible comeback.
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he in the Sopranos?
Yeah.
Was he?
Oh yeah.
Here's Yadav beginning the 23rd over. Bowls. This one's driven away by Lees. Straight of Milan at cover. Mid-off comes around. Home crowd enjoyed that one. Just a gentle single into the offsides. That short boundary you've been talking about. Was he? So was he playing himself, or was he playing somebody else?
He was playing a gangster, unsurprisingly. Did you watch The Sopranos?
Yeah, I did, and I must go back and watch it. Actually, I've only watched it through.
It was
once.
one of those things where I heard the name and thought that sounds like it's going to be terrible. Never watched it. I remember being in New York on honeymoon when one of the cast was arrested, and all of the news channels in a scene of life imitating art, so-and-so's been arrested for a mugging in Central Park or something like that.
Yadav's in, bowls, solid forward defence from Jones.
Anyway, not long after that, we were back home, and I was in the house one night on my own, just flicking through the channels, and I thought I was watching Goodfellas or something like that.
Yeah.
And then after about 20 minutes, it went to the ad break, and it was The Sopranos, and I thought, wow, that's surprisingly good. So
Fantastic, wasn't it?
then managed to find the box sets and catch up with it all.
Yeah, I do remember being in New York and all the billboards. They do well with the billboards there, don't they, for all the shows. Here's Yadav bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. I think it may have been the final season of Sopranos. Would that have been around 2006 or so? Something like that. So, and it was everywhere. Was it? Yeah. Or maybe it was one of the final seasons, or it obviously just launched. It was everywhere.
Hey, all right already.
And the other one was Rescue Me. Did you ever watch that one?
Oh, that was brilliant. The fire. Yeah, that just stopped, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, that was the firefighters in New York.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was past the umpire. Bowls short and pulled away. Mistimed. Fielded at mid-on. Singles taken. Jones is on to 29. 62 without loss.
I wouldn't have. This must have been later in the UK. The final episode was 10th of June 2007. Must have been the following year maybe.
Yeah, that would have been around the time I first went to New York, sometime around then. But yeah, Rescue Me was on all the big billboards.
The theme tune to Rescue Me was a good track as well, wasn't it?
What was that then? I thought you were going to say it was Rescue Me.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was quite a rocky sort of tune.
Balboa. I Have a Tiger.
Von Bondi's Come On, Come On, it was called.
Yeah, I've seen Bowles and Forward Goes Lees and No Run Once More.
Yeah, that was Rescue Me was set among a group of New York firemen after 9/11, wasn't it?
Really good that was. I
Very
haven't finished it actually. I'm halfway through probably. I can't find it anywhere now.
The main character was a stand-up comedian, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good. Mind you, I'll tell you the one I've only just found is Seinfeld. I'm a bit slow to that one. You had Bowles, Forward Goes Lees, Push It Back, No Run. Seinfeld was brilliant.
I haven't watched it. Others I haven't watched. Prison Break.
Yeah.
The idea that they're breaking out of prison every single week seems a
the
bit
first show
samey
was
to me.
good. The rest are a bit meh.
And that one where the guy started doing his own drug production.
Oh, Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Do you know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was me. It didn't do it for me. Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul is the spin-off from it, and apparently that's fantastic. So there you go. You can skip Breaking Bad.
Right, I'll have to be back on in a few minutes because I'll be doing an update in the 1
Oh,
o'clock
you are?
news.
What
but
time is it?
For 20. But we'll bring Rob back in for now, and then I'll see you all in a few minutes.
62 without loss here. 23 overs gone. Jones on 29. Lees on an even more patient 31. Oh, ball change. They're looking at again out there in the middle. Lees is 31 off 75. Jones is 29 off 63. So a strike rate of just over 40 for Lees, which again tells you that Middlesex doing a pretty good job out there. Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what was it, third time they've gone to the umpire for a ball change?
Yeah, well, no surprise. I mean, if it's not doing anything, it's worth the gamble, isn't it? To see if you can get a changeable that does something else.
This ball change looks a bit more promising.
Ash says this ball change looks a bit more promising, did you say? Oh, it's an odd number. There we go. 23 overs.
It's gone straight through. It's carried on. And that spells the ends of Ash's analysis career.
Roland Jones isn't happy. He's having a good old chat about it, isn't he?
Be Bamber to continue from this end near our commentary position.
He made his point though, Roland Jones, after it was thrown back. He said, "Come on, look at that." Yeah. Well, we'll get Ash back on in a little while, but pace of the pitch this morning, I mean, regular watchers here at Chesley Street, they told us this side of the square is a slower, more batter-friendly side of the square.
Bamber in, bowls, Jones prods into the offside, no run.
And Middlesex have bowled a line and a length, which I think probably reflects that. They've just put the ball onto off stump, ball after ball, front foot, batters have plunged forward quite happily, but I don't know, we haven't really seen a bumper all morning, have we?
No, there's a couple that's been not banged in but pulled back of a length, and there's been the opportunity for a cut or a pull shot, but none of these two have really taken it on. So maybe before the lunch interval we might see a couple bouncers. As Bamber runs in again and bowls. Jones again just prods into the offside, no run. Who's the most likely Middlesex bowler in order to would Toby Ronnie-Jones bring himself back on for bowling bounces, or would he maybe turn to someone like Yadav?
I think probably Yadav. I'd say to Yadav and Helm. Drop a few in.
Because Helm's got the height on him.
Yeah, and he's got the pace as well. Raining at Scarborough, is it?
Just as we got Yorkshire 6 down, typical. Bamber in again, bowls. Jones just prods to point, no run.
So yeah, the pace of the pitch looks a little on the slow side. The grass has been left on, but you wouldn't say there was much seam movement out there this morning.
No,
nothing through the air.
I can't remember who it was on comms. One of you guys said it was probably a good toss to lose.
Yeah,
definitely at this point. If you'd have said to Scott Borthwick, when you woke up this morning, you're going to be inserted on a green pitch, but you'll be 62 without loss coming up to lunch. Snapped your hand off. It's Bamber in again, bowls. Jones turns that off his hips down to long leg. Yadav running in, should get to, and they will get to. Good running from the pair. Lee's just having to scramble back towards the non-striker's end. The one slight criticism I would have Middlesex when they've been bowling to Alex Lees is that most left-handers are quite good off their hips anyway. Lees especially so. Rory Burns is another one as well who's especially good off his hips. Been a couple of maybe when they've just built up a little bit of pressure towards Lees, just give him one on his hip, and he's just easily able to turn that away and sort of undoes all your hard work if you pressurise him for 3 or 4 deliveries and just allow him an easy one like that. As Bamber's in again to Jones, prodding to the offside, no run. So maybe something there for Tyrone Jones to just have a word with and just keep the consistency message there with his bowlers about not giving Lees an easy one. But as you say, when the pitch isn't really, Middlesex I think definitely would have been hoping for the pitch to do a little bit more than it has done. We've seen Bamber early on get a few to nip back off the surface, but after the first, as soon as Helm got brought on, really, there's not really been a lot there. Bamber in again. And Jones again defends. End of the over, Durham a 64 for none.
Yeah, I'd say shades of last week, perhaps. 523. Sussex haven't been put in by Middlesex. Lots of criticism for that decision, but the feeling was, and James Kirtley, the assistant coach of Sussex, came up on the mic and said it as well with us during the commentary. The best time to take wickets were the first morning or the last day on that pitch, so that was why Middlesex went with what they did, but they just weren't able to back it up with the wickets on that first morning, and they'll be a little bit perturbed, I'm sure, by the lack of a wicket 24 overs in, having bowled well. As Yadav's in, bowls, and Lees turns to mid-wicket, no run. And again, they've bowled an attacking line and an attacking length. It's been full and straight. So they've given the ball and the pitch every chance, but they've got no return really from either. Maybe far away, I'm sure, from throwing the ball to Luke Holman, but the spin had much joy at all this year at Chesterley Street.
Definitely one for Martin.
As Yadav bowls and forward goes Lees, pushing away into the offside, no run.
The thing I would say is that when Liam Travaskis has not been a mainstay in the Durham side, he's quite often made way for other players. I think Nick Maddington can bowl very much part-time slow left arm spin. So I think in answer to your question, probably the answer is no. I remember Liam Patterson-White during the Notts game bowled unchanged from start of lunch all the way through to Durham's close of innings, picked up a 5-fer, but that's really the only recollection I've got of spin ever really having a big play here.
Yadav to Lees, onto the legs, it's turned for a single, down to long leg. Travaskis has bowled 171 overs, 11 wickets at an average of 45. Just the 1 wicket for Borthwick. Do you want me to read that bit out? An average of 351. He was a promising leg spinner at one point, Borthwick. Here's Yadav to Jones. Sun's out again. He bowls, and the right-hander's forward. Frustration for Middlesex. It's been a nagging morning for Middlesex, but nagging on their mind now will be the decision to put Durham in. Oh, Borthwick's had a cyst on his wrist, which has affected his bowling.
The way the conditions are now, you definitely don't want to be Toby Rowland Jones, because like you just said, you're looking at this now, sun's out, this is almost perfect batting conditions, to be honest. Pitch, like we said, all sessions, not really done a lot, so if these two can really cash in, Middlesex could be in for a long day.
Yadav bowls, forward goes Jones, pushes away into the offside, there's no run, 65 without loss. Yeah, it's well, you make a breakthrough and one brings 2. Then what Middlesex have done well here, 18 minutes before lunch, they haven't really let Durham get anywhere.
So you have seen scores in the county championship in the past of sides being like 100 for 2 or 120 for 1 at lunch, and fair play to Middlesex for that. They kept the run rate at just about 2.6, 2.5 and overs. Like you say, Durham haven't gone anywhere.
Durham will definitely be the happier of 2 sides. So they put 2 spells into each of these bowlers now. And there's balls left alone outside off from Yadav. Jones bat high up in the air.
Slight bit of movement there as after the ball pitch, but started outside, probably started on 5th stump and only worked his way back to 4th.
Does Ash want to come in? I know he's heading off at lunch. He's got 15 minutes yet. Ash is coming in to replace me. Also a few words from Rob.
As we mentioned there, Durham 65 for 0 off 25. Looks like it'll be Bamber to continue as Ash comes in and takes his seat. You with us?
I sure am.
Your thoughts on this opening session about 20, 15 minutes to go to lunch?
Durham would be seriously happy here and trying to obviously get through unscathed. Losing the toss, it was very overcast and muggy, looked green. Extremely happy.
Bamber into Lees, who flashes at one outside off and fortunate not to make contact. First real loose shot we've seen in a while from either of these two.
Yeah, the scoring's just slowed down a little bit in the last few overs, hasn't it? So there was a bit of width offered there. It's definitely the right shot to play. I
remember when it was us 2 on comms last time. That's when the scoring started to pick up.
Yeah. Sure, with 15 minutes to go before lunch, I'm not sure that same thing will happen again. But
it's very much get to lunch still intact.
Absolutely.
And make Middlesex pay in the afternoon session if conditions stay the same.
Sounds like a plan.
As Bamber's in again to Lees. A much more stable shot this time, just prods back to him, no run. Lee's 32 off 80 and Michael Jones 31 off 72. Healthy?
Yeah, it's a great start. It's been chanceless. There hasn't been any major incidents. I guess the one little scare, Lee's dropped one down, didn't it? Trickled between his legs and next to leg stump, and that's about it. I don't think the pitch has done a great deal where it looked as like it was going to do all sorts before the toss, so Durham will be very, very happy.
Bamber's in again, bowls. Lees drives to mid-off. I believe that's Helm with the floppy. No run.
The floppy hat, yeah.
Gotta say, there is something... it must be annoying fielding in a floppy though, because we've seen it a few times with Helm. Like every time you just want to run around somewhere, automatically just falls off.
Yeah, it's not very wind resistant.
Nah, compared to the cap. But
I'm a huge fan of the floppy hat.
I gotta say, I'm a fan of the floppy hat as well. I think that would definitely be my choice.
Huge fan.
Bamber steams in past the umpire, bowls. Lees drives again to Helm with the floppy. I feel like that might just come a thing over the 4 days now. Helm with the floppy.
That's it. I'm sure as the Durham boys love them as well. There's about 5 or 6 of them, Marty, isn't there? That
Stokes
like the wide brim hat.
I remember Stokesy when he was playing just before the Test series. He was fielding in a floppy.
Yeah, he'll have Rushworth bedding him for sure.
I think Potts might have done as well.
Potts will, yeah. Depending on obviously the temperatures and stuff. But
I can't imagine if there is 15 degrees C, everyone will come out in a floppy. But
it's easy to hide the hand warmers in your ears.
Bamber's in again to Lees. Slightly down the leg side, but just prodded to mid-wicket, no run.
Wonder if we'll get the token over of spin before lunch.
Could it Hellman?
Be Hellman, yeah. Might be worth a little try. There's nothing else really happened.
Definitely be the very last over before lunch, just to see if there is anything there. I think both these sides going without a recognised first choice spinner, both just relying on the part-timers.
Yeah, he's more than a part-timer. I think the leg spinner Holman, for sure. He's an all-rounder. Doing quite well with the bat this year.
Bamber to finish the over. Lees just drives him into the covers. There'll be no run. Durham remain 65 for 0. Maiden over from Bamber. That's his second of the session. Just gone for 19 runs off his 9 overs. Got shown the faith by skipper Ronan Jones today after Murtagh left himself out. It could have been very easy to Murtagh to have picked himself over him, but he's been given the show of faith. Nice show there. He's repaying it quite well to start with.
Yeah, he's bowled well. I don't think Middlesex have bowled badly at all. Just don't think the pitch has probably done as much as they thought it was going to do, especially with the overhead conditions when we first started.
You can see here Yadav comes in to bowl from the other end. Middlesex have now taken out their third slip for Michael Jones. Have just got 2 slips.
They've got the gully in place, which I'm I'm a fan of the gully. There's too many runs go to third man for me. As Yadav bustles in from the Lumley end, and this one's nicely defended out into the offside by Jones. Out to Stoneman for no run.
Wouldn't say it's necessarily flat in the field, but you can definitely tell that they definitely feel knocked back.
Yeah, I think most sides now, if you don't take a few wickets early, it's a bit feast or famine. They're either teams are collapsing or they're like scoring 500. It's they've spent a lot of time in the dirt, these guys, this year. And at the moment, the temperature is pretty pleasant, so it's not too bad. As Yadav, this one's a little bit fuller, and Jones, right off the toe of the bat, pushes this one out to mid-on for no run. But yeah, they've just spent a long championship game, and then they've had to travel up to the northeast. I'm assuming by coach. I don't know if they're all driven up, but they've got the train up, Kev said. So yeah, and then you're in hotels, so it's a decent life, but you know, sometimes things get difficult when you're playing back-to-back championship games. And like you say, Tim Murtaugh's been rested at 40 years old. There's some overs in the legs. As Yadav comes into bowl, and Jones defends that nicely, playing the ball right under his eyes, and back to Yadav for no run. I wouldn't mind seeing just a little bouncer barrage here before just change it up. Something's got to change. It's been
Samey.
exactly that. It's been samey.
I think also with these two batters, Joe Root always talks about playing the ball where he's playing pace, or been playing it as late as he can.
Yeah.
And I think you're now starting to see that with Jones and Lees. You know, they're now that they've got pretty much a session under their belts.
Absolutely. As Yadav comes in, and this one is attempted to be banged in short, but it's got probably just above hip high. And Jones tucks it nicely round the corner for another boundary.
Too full to be a short, but too short to be a bouncer.
Yeah.
He's caught in the nowhere region, and when you've got Jones on 35, I think before that shot, now goes to he was on 31, now goes to 35, but it's just nothing. It's not
high enough, is it?
It was a nothing delivery, and the thing for me, he picked that up so quickly, immediately recognised it was short and straight onto it. Some batters sometimes do, they get caught in two minds and end up looking quite ugly, but Jones immediately straight onto it and able to pull it around the corner.
Absolutely. Yadav again. This one's good pace, but again a little bit down the leg side. Tuck this one down to fine leg for a single.
Mentioned it on the earlier stint in comms as well. Durham having a right hand left hand combo. You know, if Middlesex is just allowing them to take singles, it's just Tom Helms just fielded that one down at fine leg. He's now having to detract to fine leg on the other side. It's just those sort of things. Well, it doesn't add up in your favour. Everyone's got to shift around a little bit.
He's got 100 metres to run there. And
he might well be coming back for a little short spell before lunch. Then he'll have to go again after lunch. Some of the things, they don't really help themselves.
As Yadav around the wicket to Lees, and he just defends this one out into the offside for no run.
That's more what you want. You want to get Lees sort of tucked up a little bit. You don't want to give any batter room, but you'd much rather have Lees playing on the offside than off his hips.
Yeah, he's very strong there. He wants the ball coming in, especially round the wicket with that angle. But 70 without loss, 27 overs. Got 9 minutes left in the session.
The helmet has come out. The wicketkeeper helmet has just come out for John
Simpson.
Simpson.
Some spin. Here we go.
It does look like that is the bowling change, and it is. Holman will replace Ethan Bamber. Maybe gives him enough time for another 2 overs.
He should get 2, shouldn't he? Depending on how long they take to set this field.
I think Toby Roding-Jones is definitely just taking his time over where Holman wants his field here.
Yeah, Yadav's wandered down the fine leg for a jumper as well, and will stroll around to deep backward square by the look of it.
And a drink. He's got his drink station there. Will definitely be taking a little bit of refreshment. Leg spin, sort of, if you get it right, it's probably the hardest version of bowling you'll pretty much face. So if Holman can get a few here, just one, if he can just get one to grip, get Jones and Lees prodding forward and turning away outside the outside edge, and just place some doubt in their minds, that even in these two, one, that maybe two, just maybe nothing overs before lunch, if you can get them thinking.
It's just something different, isn't it? They've been very used to the medium and above pace.
And here is Holman with his first delivery, and Jones just gets forward to it quite nicely in defence. That'll be the key here for both of these two. Don't get caught in the mid-ground again. You see it in Sky Cricket when they do all their batting demonstrations. Get forward to it, or get right back on your stumps and play it. Don't get caught in the mid-ground, because that's how you get caught out. And here is Holman. Run again, bowls, and Jones carbon copy. Forward defence, no run.
It's a couple of flat leg spinners to start with, probably just to ease into his spell. As Jones negotiates M2 comfortably. 7 minutes now before the lunch interval.
Holman in. Jones goes back to this one, no run. Slightly fuller and straighter, that last one from Holman. Just a little bit of a change up, forcing Jones to think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holman in, bowls. Jones goes back to the front foot this time. No run.
It's interesting, he's gone pretty. I know they haven't taken a wicket, but they've gone very defensive straight away. And they've only got the one slip in. They've got
2 men out on
a fine leg, which I find extraordinary. But
not even a short fine leg.
Yeah,
it's right back on the boundary as Holman is in. Oh,
spat a little bit, hasn't it?
Little bit out of the rough. Jones does go back to it and gets away with it. It wasn't too much of a threat, but it is something different.
Yeah,
so something, maybe a little bit of extra grip there, something out the surface.
Just about to say, why not whack a man under the helmet in front of his eyes and just
put him under some pressure.
Well, at least pretend something's happening.
And Holman in. Jones drives straight to cover. There is a slight misfield, but there will be no run. And maiden for Holman to start. Durham 70 for no. You mentioned it there. The two things: fine leg being right back on the boundary, and no one at short leg.
Yeah.
I know I haven't played cricket, and obviously nowhere near to the ability of these guys. But if I was playing under 19, under 20, I don't care if I'm bowling terribly. I want someone there at short leg for the one that potentially bat pad. You can't. I guess it's easier in Div 2 because you don't have DRS, so umpires are slightly more in a little bit.
I just think
you can get slightly confused, but you want to at least have the opportunity if he's got bat and pad together of having someone at short leg to get there, or sitting mid off. Just someone
bluff.
there.
Yeah, bluff. I mean, it'll make him defend differently if there's a bat pad there.
It's just someone in his eye line as well. Someone
Absolutely.
in his eye line. Even when he walks away from the stumps to check himself in between balls. Just someone there that you're not away from the fielder. Just something different.
Absolutely. And Helm now in from the Lumley end around the wicket to Lees, and this one's on the hip and tucked away nicely round the corner, where Stoneman does the mopping up at deep backward square. So again, at least with the man being out at deep square, he might be thinking that he's going to run in and bowl an over of bouncers, but he's now let Lees off the hook, so to speak.
And Bamba's now got to do the trek from. Yeah. Bamba's now got to do fine leg to fine leg again.
Absolutely, it's a long trek after a spell there from Bamba.
And his second spell as well. Second spell, he's had to spell at both ends. Obviously, opened the bowling and then changed ends midway through the session.
Got through 9, hasn't he? I think so far. As Helm, right arm over the wicket to Jones. This one's back of a length and defended out into the offside for no run. Probably going to be time for one more over from the leg spinner to take us up to lunch.
Yeah, they've got to start it by 1, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
You've got to start the over by 1, otherwise the umpires will call lunch. Like you say, you should get through.
Yeah, they will. Definitely will. Potentially, unless there's a wicket later in the over.
Yeah. I did like that last delivery from Helm though, slightly back of a leg, just something different. Maybe a bouncer here.
As Helm over the wicket, and this one again. Rinse and repeat, back of a length and defended for no run by Jones as the Durham openers look to survive the opening session. 71 without loss so far.
Healthy over rate as well. If we get through this over and then one more,
it'll be decent.
It'll be 30 overs in the opening session
from 4 quicks.
I think definitely second session you'll see Holman come into it a lot more. Holman will definitely get more into his work.
Marty and Kev like a bit of overtime. They were hoping that the over rate was going to be a little bit slower.
And I'll have to get another cup of coffee.
As Helm. And this one's defended, well, pushed out into the leg side for no run, maybe across his front pad a little bit. It's just 2 balls remaining in the over.
Somebody's watching us at the top of the house.
Oh, beautiful.
Two slips, a very offside heavy field for Jones, obviously being the right-hander. Fine leg is out.
As Helm bounds in towards Jones with a high back lift, and this one's defended nicely out into the offside for no run. 1 ball remaining in the over, then I'll disappear. Hand it back to Marty. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Newcastle at 1 o'clock, I'm assuming. And leave you two guys to finish what will be the last over of the session. There's the sun shining down here at the Riverside Helm. Last ball of the over, a little bit wider of the crease, and this one finds the edge of Jones's bat as it's guided away to third man. Don't think it's got the legs to go, and it looks like a comfortable 2 there as Alex Lees just settles, and the score moves on to 73 without loss. Jones moves on to 38, and I'll disappear and leave you in the capable hands of Marty and Rob.
Last over before lunch then should be bowled by Holman. Trevor Jones again going up to the umpire and just planting the message in his head about the ball change.
Sun shining. So a good morning so far from a Durham point of view. 73 for none. Holman's the 5th bowler to be used by Middlesex today. Comes in and bowls. This is played away at wide of mid-on by Lees, 1 run. Got to do an update for Radio Newcastle in 2 or 3 minutes' time into the 1 o'clock news, which actually starts at 5 to 1 these days. Bowling figures: Bamber none for 19 from 9 overs. Toby Rowland-Jones none for 9 from 6. They've both bowled 2 maidens. Tom Helm, quite expensive, none for 33 from 6, 1 maiden from him. You'd have none for 10 from 7, 2 maidens from him, so he's kept things tight. And Holman so far none for 1. So his first over was a maiden, and this is the second ball of his second, and that's a drive, a sort of block drive off towards the point boundary for 1 by Jones. Four balls left then of this session.
2 men back for Lees.
Holman in, right arm over. It's gone down the leg side. It's missed by the keeper. I'm not sure there was any bat on that at all, or if it's just going to be byes.
I think he's going to call leg byes.
Leg bye. It's come off the probably the back of the heel then on that occasion. It was drifting down the leg side.
Back pad. Just come off his back pad and trickled down the leg side. Yeah, that was coming a little bit shorter at fine leg.
21-year-old leggy Holman. This one's bowled and blocked by Jones. This is his. He was youngest member of the England Under-19 World Cup squad in 2018. So this is his 15th first-class match. Made his debut last year against Surrey. Balls again. Jones plays that out to short extra cover. No run there. He's got 28 wickets, best figures 5 for 65 against Sussex and Hove last year. He also took 5 for 90 in the same game from the academy, and played for Berkshire in the minor counties in 2019.
Last ball of the session.
Holman bowls, and driven by Jones out into the cover boundary area for 1 run. So a good morning from Durham's point of view. Put in on what looked like a bit of a green top, but they get to lunch. 77 for none, 30 overs gone. And Lees has 34 and Jones has 40. There was a tweet a little earlier on from Bernard. He says any green tinge today has to have been superficial. There will have been very little moisture in the ground, let alone the wicket being used. So that is the end of the morning session. Mark Stoneman's just coming over to our fence, climbing into the stand. He's coming to see somebody. Right, well, we'll pause it there. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes, but I've got to do an update for Radio Newcastle shortly. And then commentary will resume at 20 to 2. It is lunch on day one here in Chester Street. Durham put in on a bit of a green top, so we thought the ball might do a bit. Particularly muggy conditions at the time, rather overcast, but they've batted all the way through the morning session. They've done very well, actually. They're 77 without loss. 30 overs have gone. Alex Lees has 34 of those, and Michael Jones has 40. Jones will be joining the Scotland one-day squad later in the week for a game against New Zealand on Sunday, I think that is. It's his first call-up since 2019, and a surprise addition to the Durham squad as well, to the Durham team. Matty Potts back and playing for them in a county championship match for the first time since mid-May. But at lunch, Durham are 77 without loss.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chesley Street for the start of the afternoon session. Day one here of Durham against Middlesex. This is the final round of county championship matches until September. So after this round of games, the one-day cup comes along. And Durham have had a good morning put in on a greenish looking wicket. The ball seaming around a bit under muggy conditions, but they're currently 77 for none. Michael Jones on strike on 40, and coming into bowl here, and that is played off towards point is, I think that's Toby Rowland Jones, Tom Helm, sorry. Tom Helm bowling there from the Lumley end of the ground. It's a lovely warm day. There's quite a strong breeze, but it's like a really nice warm breeze, perfect drying conditions if you've got the washing out. Some bubbling cloud forecast though for this afternoon. We could be in for some heavy showers at times. I'm just looking to the north at the moment. There's quite a lot of murky stuff just drifting around the top of Chesley Street, which is going to miss us, but it doesn't look good up there, so you could be in for some rain if you're in Birtley or Washington in the near future. Helm in again. This is defended by Jones once more on the front foot. And a decent start from a Durham point of view. Martin Emerson with you from BBC Radio Newcastle. We have Rob Rush as our commentary team third voice, and Kevin Hand will be back with us in a moment as well from Radio London. 5 bowlers used this morning, and Durham managed to see their way through quite comfortably. The worry, and I've already had one tweet off somebody worrying about the afternoon claps. That did happen recently in a match where they were going along quite nicely, and then got to the afternoon session and lost a boatload of wickets pretty quickly. But nothing as yet would seem to point us in that direction right now. Has been fairly straightforward, Rob, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, there was obviously with the new ball right at the start of the session, there was a few deliveries that tested the batters. I remember Ethan Bamber got a few from the same end that Helm's bowling from now. He got a few to dive back in towards the opening pair, but apart from that, there's not been very many leaves. They've looked to put bat on ball where they can. Obviously, Lee's being a left-hand, anything on his hips is going to get tucked away for at least one. So, very good start for Durham.
Jones defends this one. So Michael Jones has played a number of one-dayers for Scotland, I think 8 from memory, thinking about his stats. And when was the last one? Yeah, 8 ODIs for Scotland. The last one was in 2019. He has just been called up though for 2020 games and the ODI squad for Scotland against New Zealand this week. I presume he's not going to be playing in the T20s because they come first on Wednesday and Friday. The ODI is on Sunday, so I imagine he'll be in the setup for that one. Bowler comes in once more, and this is defended. And news which broke earlier, might have been yesterday actually, the entire board of Cricket Scotland have resigned. It's just past me somewhere. Yeah. BBC Sport just tweeting, an independent review into allegations of racism in Scottish cricket has found the governance and leadership of the sport to be institutionally racist. So the board, knowing the report was coming out today, retired en masse yesterday. Helmin again from the Lumley end. This is a quick single from Jones up towards Yadav at mid-on. 1 run, and that is the end of the over. He's actually, I'm not sure what Michael Jones's Scottish connections are. Grandparentage, perhaps. I don't know. But
believe it might be. I know Brad Weald, who plays for Scotland, his grandmother is Scottish, which is the whole reason why he plays for Scotland.
Well, Michael's from Ormskirk, and I think he went to Myerscough College in sort of in the Blackburn, Preston triangle-y bit-ish.
Skipper Toby Rowland-Jones is going to bring himself back on for the first over after lunch from our end here in the press box. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9 in the morning session. Be bowling to Jones. Steams in. Jones flicks it towards mid-wicket for no run. Middlesex going, I think, just with the 2 slips straight after lunch for Rowland-Jones. I know they, at points in the morning session, they had 3 for Jones, maybe because he was a right-hander. But yeah, definitely I think a sign that they're not happy with where Durham have got themselves to. Run rate's not exactly excessive at 2.5, but to have gone a whole session without taking a wicket definitely would have annoyed Middlesex after inserting Durham in. Rowland-Jones in again, bowls, and Jones just squirts that to cover for no run. They've just looked quite comfortable, this opening pair. There have been a few shaky moments. Alex Lee's had a couple drop down by his legs and maybe rolled onto the stumps, but apart from that, there's not been anything majorly troubling from Middlesex.
The wind has just changed direction and is now catching our microphone, so I'm going to lean out the window and alter it.
Rowland-Jones in, bowls, Jones drives straight to mid-on for no run. Jones 41 off 101 deliveries, Lee's 34 off 88. Decent over rate in the morning session, he got 30 overs in, over rate of 15.
Is that taking it out the window a little bit, do you think?
Yeah, it's done the job.
That's just as the wind gets up again.
Jones bowls and Jones goes backward and defends for no run. It's not as bad as it was though, so we made an improvement.
Well, the wind at the moment looks like it's a northerly, so can often have different winds at ground level compared to what's going on up at the air, and even bizarrely watching the flags on the centre of the clubhouse, when the St George's flag right in the centre of the pavilion seems to be pointing west to east. Flags at the other end of the ground are pointing towards us, so...
Rowland-Jones in again to Jones, who drives. That's a brilliant cover drive there from extra cover drive through extra cover. First boundary of the afternoon session for Jones. Slightly over pitch from Toby Rowland-Jones there, maybe trying to entice an outside edge, but as I mentioned, these two have not really given up many opportunities to Middlesex, and Jones takes the opportunity to cash in as Rowland-Jones goes searching for a slightly fuller length, and Jones takes him to the boundary.
I think that was a slightly slower ball, as well. He just seemed to hold back on the delivery for a moment there, but Jones spotted it, timed it nicely.
Rowland-Jones to finish his first over in the afternoon session into Jones, who just prods forward and defends Durham 82 for none after 32 overs.
Yeah, there was a fuller delivery. The next one there was more pace in that one. If you want to get in touch, you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can tweet at Marty Cricket or Kevin Hand, BBC. And it's Rob Rush 02, isn't it?
That's the one.
I wonder who the Rob Rush 01 is.
maybe I'll go on a Twitter search hunt after the day's play. Hunt it down. See if there is anyone with that username.
Phone's ringing.
It's not mine.
Somebody outside. Round the wicket comes Helm from the... Oh, that's gone down the leg side, and I thought there for a moment Lees was being lured into a little leg side strangle.
I mentioned in the morning session, that's the one thing. I know Helm's had a good season, and it was very good last week. Too often today, he's just strayed onto Alex Lees's hips and leg side, and for a left-hander it's just so easy to tuck it away. Lees doesn't make connection that time, but it was almost too far down leg for him to make a connection. Helm needs to... He's not looked comfortable bowling around the wicket to Lees at all so far, and he really needs to tighten up his line, otherwise he's going to have a hard time convincing his skipper to leave him on from that end.
Comes in again, and that's pitched up on a length and played away towards mid-wicket by Lees. No run there. Just wondering if you lads are going to be able to get home at the end of this game. Train strike, isn't there?
Wednesday train strike, Thursday Sigma strike, Saturday LNER strike.
Oh no, really?
Yep.
It's going to be the milk train for you again then, Kev? Or on the floor of the bus. Helm in. This is off towards... Where's that?
It's hit a divot. It's hit square leg umpire.
Oh, I lost track of that. It hit the divot behind. There's a little...
-5 for the umps.
Yeah.
Is that it's gone over the pitch that I think was used last week for the England game?
I wonder if that's been left from a microphone hole or something. There's just a little bit of square turf missing there by the things, but that was right behind my window frame.
Because on the train strike front, I've got one day successfully to get home, and that is Friday, which will be rampacked anyway, because everyone else will be trying to get home on that day because they haven't travelled for the last 3 days. So it will be fun indeed trying to get home. Cross that bridge when we come to it, though.
Helm right arm over now, bowling here to Jones. This is played off towards square leg. No run there. The trials and tribulations of British travel, eh? Could be worse. You could be in Dover.
This is very true.
Just listening to a woman on our news at lunchtime there who's been stuck for I think she said about 8 hours trying to go 2 miles or something at the weekend.
Horrible. I don't think I've been caught in that heavy
No.
traffic delay. Been caught in a few though.
Helm pulls a short one in, and that's pulled away by Jones for 4, straight through deep mid-wicket. Not the best of balls there.
Picked up straight away. Immediately onto the back foot and pulls it in front of square.
When it comes to travel and stuff like that, I mean, Fridays on the motorways now in this country, even just the last 4 or 5 years, have got ridiculous. When we're travelling around for the T20s, and even just going down to somewhere like Leicester, you've got to set off more in the morning to give yourself a reasonable chance of getting there for a 6:30 start. I've been in a situation stuck on the M62 in a load of accidents where I actually turned the machine on to commentate as the first ball was being bowled at Old Trafford. This one's played down by Jones towards the vacant third man, and the pub is open for the first time today. 2 4s in a row there, and that's his 50 as well. 53 in 107 balls, so shows how slow the pace was earlier today.
Very composed innings from Jones, not giving Middlesex any opportunity really to get him out, and as you saw with the ball before that one going down the third man, pulling it in front of square, picked up on length straight away. Mentioned in the morning session how he's playing it quite late and under his eyes. Looked crisp there with 2 boundaries to take him past 50.
6th time he's got there in first class cricket. One of his top scores been this season.
Toby running Jones to continue from the other end. Durham 91 for naught off 33.
Got 108 against Leicestershire here.
Running Jones to Lees. Comes in. Lees looks to cut and doesn't make contact. Straight through to Simpson.
Had a 50 not out against Worcestershire here as well.
England old against England current, with Lees batting against Roland Jones. Unfortunately, Roland Jones' injuries sort of taken him out of the England equation. Lees currently 35 off 92, a strike rate of 38. As Roland Jones comes bustling in again. Over the wicket, Lees plays on the back foot, straight through to cover though, no run. 2 slips, a point, cover, fine leg, I believe is Yadav, he's back, and there's someone at deep square leg, back on the boundary, so 2 men back on the leg side for Lees. Mid wicket is in play. Tom Helm continuing the trend of being the only fielder in a floppy hat, which I respect greatly.
Protect the ears.
Roland Jones bowls and Lees prods back and defends, no run. Durham will be looking to sort of kick on a little bit in this session, having laid a very firm platform, and as we said, with the pitch looking relatively green, they'll be very happy the fact they've still not lost a wicket, but we're looking to put a little bit more pressure back onto Middlesex, maybe try and make Toby Roland Jones think a little bit more about changing his plans. Skipper into bowl, Lees just prods that up to Helm, no run. Durham 9 runs away from their first batting point.
No, 200.
200 for
Yeah,
batting point.
yeah.
That's on me.
200, 250, 300, 350, and then the last one's at 400. It's got to be done the first 110 overs of the first innings for each team, and it's every 3 wickets for a bowling point.
Roland Jones in, bowls. Lees drives back past him, but Helm cuts it off, no run. That is why you are the senior commentator, Martin.
Wow.
That is why I'm the third voice.
I think in local league cricket it's different. I was trying to get somebody to explain to me the point system on Saturday in the North East Premier League, and I had about 4 different versions of theories as to how the points are awarded. But you get 24 maximum points for a win in the county championship. I think North East Premier League might be about 25, something like that.
Roland Jones then to finish this over, bowling to Lees over the wicket. Comes in, bowls. Lees just prods that to mid wicket, no run. Durham remain 91 for naught off 34. Maiden over for Toby Roland Jones there, third of the day, 0 for 13 off his 8, economy of 1.6. He's kept it tight, but not really looked overly threatening, and it's not even taken 5 overs after lunch before he's asking for the ball to be changed.
Oh, now then. It's an even number though, 34 overs.
He's been dismissed very quickly by the standing umpire. He's not happy again. His second or third time he's looking for it to be changed. And
well, that's Paul Pollard, the umpire at that end, and James Middlebrook is now behind the stumps at the other end. I met James Middlebrook for the first time in 2010. He was playing in the MCC side, which played Durham in the first pink ball game in Abu Dhabi in the champion county match. He just left Essex to go to Northants. So Helm's going to come right arm over here to Jones, and that's a gorgeous cut shot, beautifully middled. That one's gone for 4, and it's gone out the ground. It's gone down the little lane between the castle stand and the old scoreboard on our right hand side and into the car park out the back next to the nets. That was beautiful.
It picked up length straight away, and just, I think, probably the most elegant shot of the day. Straight on the back foot, uppercut punch. No one really saw it. No fielder really saw it coming. I mean, that fielder who's gone to retrieve it has definitely got his steps in for the day, going to retrieve that.
Oh, it's actually ended up next to the tractor. It didn't quite make it down the little alleyway.
Just brilliant from Jones, really. Looks really, really settled, as he should be on 57. And he'll be looking to kick on now and make Middlesex pay in this afternoon and evening session.
Mohammed Abbas of some provincial county called Hampshire has taken 3 for 8 after 11 overs against Yorkshire and Scarborough.
Weather saving those guys. They got 6 down, just about to have their number 8 sent in, and the umpires took them off for rain.
I think the back on now as Helm comes in here. That's left by Jones outside the off stump. And judging by the way Simpson does a backward roll there, that's past the outside of the off stump and then gone down the leg side. Bit of swing after the... Oh, it's raining in Cheltenham, too far south to guarantee the weather. Gloucestershire 112 for 2 against Northants. At the Oval, Warwickshire 82 for 2 against Surrey. Derbyshire were in a pickle earlier on, weren't they? They're 77 for 7 now in Worcester.
Yeah, it's a semi-recovery from 25 for 5.
Yeah, they were really up against it, weren't they? Yorkshire 64 for 6 in Scarborough against Hampshire. Chelmsford, Essex 93 for none against Somerset.
Changing the field, Holman moves out from a gully to go into reinforced leg side, and consequently someone moves back onto the square leg boundary. And changing the slip cordon as well. Only one slip now, and Robson now moves into that gully region.
For Jones, Helm in, pitches it up. There's a big appeal. I think I heard a bit of inside edge on that there.
Just look back on the live stream. I think if he hasn't hit it, he's probably just going down leg.
Right. He did step towards the leg side as he was playing at it, didn't he?
That's the first major opportunity, though, that Middlesex have sort of had, pretty much memorably, really. As we've just mentioned, it's just really plain sailing for Durham.
Lancashire Kent yet to get going because of the weather. Now, looking to the north of us, it's really filling in around us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got blue sky above us, but it's really broody just towards Gateshead and Newcastle and Washington now. Helm in again. This has come off something and gone off towards square leg. It's going to be a leg by signal.
Phone's going again. I'll be out to the window to our right.
I've just had a text off my mate Neil to say it's hammering down on the Roca Riviera. So that is that weather belt that I said has just gone around the top of us. So, and this is the thing, they talk about a 70% chance of rain, but that's 70% chance of some rain in some part of your area. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fall on you. So we might be sitting here watching it raining just to the north of us and not get a drop here. We shall see. 2 balls of this over left. Lees leaves this one. Oh, it's the news on Radio Newcastle. The weather forecast on the little computer says rain coming. See that? Are you alright, Kev? Yeah. I'll get you on after I've done my update. Is that alright? Hey?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say Durham have particularly climbed into Helm, but he's definitely the one that's taken the most punishment today. Just about to complete his 9th.
0 for 47.
Just about to complete the 9th over now.
Comes in again, and that's where's that gone? I've lost sight of it. It's a top edge for 6. Past long leg. 2 men on the boundary, and Holman was the nearest to it, and Durham get to 100 runs. 100 for none.
Didn't look like Lee's got all of that, to be honest. There was an attempted bouncer, which is what me and Kev were talking about earlier, something to just try and change it up. They tried it, and Lee's fortunately just got enough on it, just cottoned onto the length straight away, got just enough. I don't think he middled that by any means, sort of caught the toe end of the bat and was able to flick it over long leg for 6. Holman was interested for a short while, but Lee's just got enough of it. So 102 for 0 now Durham. Apparently the over 8 we've slipped to 1 behind, which is slightly concerning.
Yeah, they have to update it at lunch, don't they, I think?
Yeah. It'll be the skipper to carry on bowling himself from this end. That's the
5th 100 plus stand at the start of an innings for Durham this season. The best was the second innings at it's Sussex, 313.
Running Jones into Jones. Bowls. Looks like it was bat pad there, no run as it squirts out into the leg side.
That was Alex Lees and Sean Dixon. Put on 313. It was 1 shy of a Durham record, that. Or 1 shy of equaling the Durham record. Michael Jones and Sean Dixon put on 152 against Leicestershire here. Jones and Rashin Ravindra put on 102 for the first wicket against Worcestershire, and then there's this one today.
What side of the square was that? What side of the square was it?
In comes the bowler again. I'll be doing an update shortly. That's a dot ball. The Leicestershire game was up the top end where they're playing now. Here's the update. Well, the weather is holding off for now, but we're looking at a wall of darkness just to the north of us, and I'm told it is raining heavily in Newcastle and other parts of the northeast, so we've managed to escape the elements so far. It's still sunny here in Chesley Street. Durham, having been put in this morning, are 102 without loss. Alex Lees has 41 of those. Michael Jones is on 57. It's the 5th time that he's got to a half century, and that came in 107 balls and included 9 fours. But looking at the encroaching clouds, I'm not sure we'll get a full afternoon in here. Fingers crossed though that it might just miss us. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app.
Jones just flicking that one onto the leg side and sneaking up a quick single to Helm. Moves Durham to 103. Jones moves to 58.
I don't like that sky, lads. I do not like that.
We described it as Simpsons clouds
earlier. Yeah,
it's definitely not now.
End of the world clouds now.
It's John Simpson's clouds.
John Simpson's clouds.
Roland Jones in to Lees, who drives to Helm, but straight to him, and there's no run. Durham have looked to maybe just be a little bit more proactive to start this session. Obviously very watchful, as you always are, first session of day one, but having established a platform, they're now looking a little bit more comfortable in this second session.
Yeah, they're clouds straight out of Springfield. Not out of Springfield, straight out of Lancashire, aren't they? John Simpson clouds over there.
Roland Jones in to Lees. Again, slightly on the leg side of it. He's able to tuck it away, but straight to mid-wicket, no run. One ball left in the over. Ethan Bamber going through some strides next to his captain. I wonder if he'll be the next change at this end. I thought they would have gone back to Holman, maybe not straight away, but the way that Bamber's lining up would suggest that he's definitely the next change. You'd have to assume Yadav would then be next, so Holman might not get another go for a while. As Roland Jones in, Lees just prods forward into the offside. No run to end the over, 103 for none.
Sorry, Rob, I'm having difficulty with my headphones here.
Good old technical difficulties.
Yeah. I'm working, I think. I just can't hear. That's okay. Probably for the best. Here's Yadav, Umesh Yadav from the Lumley end. The lovely castle over there. With, actually lovely, it's a nice skyline for a picture, isn't it? These are the kind of skies that photographers like. It gives you that dramatic backdrop, and not that Lumley Castle needs a dramatic backdrop.
I was going to say, it feels like it's probably dramatic enough as it is.
It is. Had a text message from Dave Bracegirdle a little while ago. It's haunted up there, you know, he says. So it's not the ghost I'm afraid of, but
you say with the clouds as well, definitely photographers definitely want to get out. There's the opportunity for several very good photos.
Well, it looks great here now, doesn't it? I mean, glorious sunshine out in front of us and grim skies in the distance. Let's hope they stay over there.
That hits us, that's 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, 2 or 3 hours off the field if that hits us, according to Marty. What are the teas like, Marty? Well, can we get 2 or 3 hours out of the tees upstairs? Here's Yadav, he's in, bowls, up on his toes is Jones to push this one away into the offside. There's no run, 103 without loss. Durham, plenty of chatter online about Middlesex winning a toss and electing to field again. It's almost a carbon copy of last week in terms of the pitch. That you look at that pitch as it is now, and Middlesex were fancying, well, if we're going to get anything out of it, then... And again, you know, if you look at it, probably Robson, Stoneman would have played a big part in talking through the pitch. This is punched just wide of mid-off for a single off the back foot by Jones. Stood up tall to that one, didn't he? Yeah, Stoneman would have played a big part in it this morning, I'm sure. They'd have consulted him. What do you think, Rocky? Fancy batting on that? You and Sam Robson, Eskenazi, Milan, Holden and Simpson. One of those mornings, one of those pitches, you'd look at it and say, well, that's a 3 or 4 before lunch, isn't it?
Because on the face of it, it was an immediate bowl first, immediately bowl first, and like you say, 3 or 4 before lunch, run through through the afternoon session, and hopefully the pitch dies down, and you get to pile on some runs later in the day.
Yeah, find out at stumps, won't we? What would you have done, Durham? Slip and a gully go down as Yadav's around the wicket, bowls, and this is driven away to Lees, no run. Penny for Yadav's thoughts. He's had Merchant Taylor's School, where he picked up a wicket in each innings. Got 1 wicket at Lords, and now on another flat one here. Drafted him at the last minute by Middlesex, Indian Test star.
One thing I've picked up on post-lunch, Lees and Jones are very much looking to push quick singles. There's definitely been 3 or 4 occasions where they've taken quick singles that have gone into gaps, but not huge gaps, and they've looked to push them.
Yadav bowls, and that's driven nicely wide of Helm, who's got a chase to the short boundary, slides and will keep it in. They've taken 2. Leads it on to 43, 106 without loss. Again, I think where Middlesex will be very happy, the control of this. You know, they're 106 without loss, but we are into the 37th over. So
the only blemish really is Helm hasn't been quite as tight as you would have liked him to be. I think economy of...
Well, I wonder how much freedom was he given. I wonder, was he allowed to be the enforcer? Was he allowed to be the person to try and just find something different? You know, Yadav's not going to go for Manny. Roland Jones, look at them, they've got economies of 1.7 and 1.6 respectively. Bamba will be there or thereabouts as well. Yadav around the wicket, bowls. Solid defence again from Lees. And you know, that a lot has been talked about it at Merchant Taylor's School, last week at Lords, and now again here. The line and length. Can Middlesex just hit a good line and length and wait for the reward that comes from solid, consistent line and length bowling? And
it's a bread and butter of cricket.
Yeah, and they've done that today, I think. I know Ash and I had the discussion. I think Ash said it on air, and you said it on air. You know, could they have tried a couple of bumpers here and there just for something different? But clearly doesn't seem to be the pace in the pitches. Here's Yadav in, bowls, and right in behind this one again. Lees pushes into the offside. There's no run, albeit the only full stroke really is that top edge 6 from Lees, a couple of overs back from Helm over deep backward square leg, and you couldn't quite believe that carried. The Middlesex wait all that time for an edge of some description. And that probably was the first, other than a couple of inside edges.
That's the first defence. Genuine chance for a while.
First, yeah, it's the only chance, isn't it? I can think of.
There was an OW shout, but it was looking.
Yeah, but in terms of
catch.
In terms of a catch or anything in that sense, but even the LBW shouts, I don't think any of them were long, and
none of them had really. There was the one that we had in the afternoon session. They were going for a while, but looking back at the footage, it was definitely
going down.
And even if. And it looked like it has potential to have an inside edge as Roland Jones continues. Bowling to Jones, comes in, bowls, Jones goes back to it and just prods to point, no run.
I mean, even that one, he's played it high up the bat. He's ended up with the bottom hand almost off the bat, and he, you know, as he's kind of walked away thinking about it, he's suggesting with that bottom hand, that lifted. He played it with so much time though. And that's the thing about Roland Jones. He's never been express pace, but he's always onto a batter quickly because of the extra bounce that he gets. Like there, but he's got an extra little bit of bounce, and the batter's played it with absolute ease. So it's a flat one at the moment. How does it go? And you know, again, it was a very flat one at Lords last week, but Middlesex nearly managed to win it.
Roland Jones bowls. Jones this time prods to the leg side where there's a short mid wicket in play.
See, you never like to look too far ahead in a cricket match, but there's a long way to go in this game. But 106 off 37, it already has the feel that Middlesex will play this as much as they can, like the game at Lords last week, where it'll be a case of right, okay, get them for what you can get them, try and go close, and then put third innings pressure on, because there always comes a pressure point in first class cricket or test cricket where a side all of a sudden having thought, oh well, you know, this is all a bit sedate, oh hold on a minute, we lose a couple of wickets now.
Roland Jones in bowls, and Jones just defends back to him, no run.
Which is that classic third innings. You know, if this is to be played out like this, can Durham restrict Middlesex to a similar scoring rate? Middlesex scored far quicker in reply to Sussex's 523 than the visitors did at Lords last week. Middlesex did it having been 4 down in short time as well. 103 on the board from Stoneman and Robson, and then they lost 4 wickets in 10.1 overs. But Simpson still managed to keep things ticking along nicely.
Roland Jones again. played across the line there and flicks it onto the leg side for a single. Interesting for Jones there, they've gone a short mid-wicket and then another man short sort of, you call it not short square leg, but a guy kind of just around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, they're persisting on this line, aren't they? I mean,
arrowing in towards the stumps.
There's nothing outside off stump for them. There's no seam movement, there's no swing. So they're attacking the stumps as best they can now. Off the stumps, batters score runs. But as you saw with that one just...
Roland Jones to Lees to finish the over. Slightly back of a length there. Rises up towards Lees, but played it easily enough, no run.
So those 3 deliveries there, you've had one that he's had the bottom hand off when he's suggesting there was a bit of bounce. That last one, did it keep it fraction low? Certainly where he played the ball, Jones, to pick up that single, as you say, across the front of the pads, but he was trapping the bat down on it, wasn't he? So did it keep a fraction low? Did it just seem back a little? Did it do a little bit of both? Probably kept a little bit low, even though we're at an angle. I'd go with that because we haven't seen much seam movement today.
Roland Jones to Lees, bowls, and Lees just defends back to him to end the over. Durham 107th without loss.
But that's a great example of the entire day so far in one over. Penultimate ball there, Lees played it on the back foot, was a little bit rushed on it, slightly, played it nicely as he said, but of all the balls in the over, other than the one that perhaps kept a little low to Jones, that was the one, had him on his toes a little bit more. And then last ball of the over again, line and length, top of off, right, get forward, get right in behind it. Who breaks first here, I guess? I mean, look, these guys are well set. Lees' scoring rate has dropped into the 30s. And
Jones is now striking at 50. Exactly.
Jones has gone up to 50. But overall, Middlesex are doing everything they can, is the point. So it's a case of who breaks first in these situations. Do they go on and hit 450, 500, and Middlesex lose a couple of early wickets, maybe some cloud cover, and all of a sudden, bang, the game's alive? Or like the game against Sussex, as here's Yadav with a slip and a gully. He bowls to Jones, a short mid-wicket as well. Good pace, good line, good length, and a good response from Jones in behind that one, defending into the offside. Like last week, do they then go close? They were 38 behind at the end of the first innings, piled the pressure onto Sussex then, because there was only one side that can win it at that point. In the third innings, Sussex couldn't win the game anymore, but they could all of a sudden lose it, having racked up 523. That brings pressure, and it nearly told. But well done, Stephen Finn and a few of the others down the order for Sussex that batted out for the draw as Yadav's past the umpire, he bowls, and a forward defence and no run. And it could have been an absolutely thrilling finish to that game if Middlesex had got those couple more wickets. It was Archie Lenham, I think he batted 80, 81 balls or so. 17-year-olds denying them before tea. After tea, Middlesex still, it was pretty much gone. They had a little thrash at them, a little go at them after tea, Middlesex. But chasing 200 off 30, that was about the limit. Once it had gone beyond that, game was gone really.
Short mid-wicket has now gone out onto the boundary at deep.
Yeah, this will be interesting because we haven't seen Yadav drop the short stuff in yet. And he's lively, isn't he? As he's in now, he bowls, and it is onto the ribs, trying to ride the bounce. Jones is struck, I think. He's either rueful he's missed out, or he's rueful that he's missed the ball and he's worn it on the body somewhere. He hasn't rubbed anywhere yet, but he's coming down to prod away at the surface, and that's not the kind of thing... I mean, how many times today have any of us said, oh, yep, down the track, prods away at the surface? They haven't had to do it all day long, because they haven't been troubled by much. But just the pace, shorter ball. It's a short boundary over there, which...
doesn't really work into his plans a lot.
Well, Helms had the top edge, which has gone for 6, and that was to the big boundary. So the short boundary, it's a deep square and a long leg.
He's got 3 men out. So maybe a double bluff. He's got 3 back on the leg side.
Where am I missing one on the leg side? Here's Yadav, bowls short, and this ball's down. There he is. It's a fine leg. Thank you very much. He's bisected them, and it's 4. I've missed that fielder. I was looking around.
It was very, very fine. It was Bamber at very, very fine leg. He's got fine leg, deep square leg, and deep mid wicket out. And there, it wasn't really. Yes, it's short, but it's not short enough to be considered a bumper. It's easy for someone as set as Jones is to ride the height, and he pulled one brilliantly right at the start of the session before in front of square.
Off Helm, wasn't it, imperiously?
Yeah. So he's pulled one in front of square. He's now got under this one and pulled it behind square.
Well, Yadav's that little bit skiddier, so he'll he'll offer a different problem as he's in again. Bowls short, and that one is hooked once more. Nicely around the corner, all on the floor, down to Bamber at fine leg for a single. 113 without loss. It was an option they had to go to at some point, Middlesex, and they're going to it now. We talked about it this morning that they'd hit the top of off really, really well, but there was nothing happening for them. And this is again a big discussion point in the game at Merchant Taylor's School. They're not hitting the top of off enough. They're going to other options when perhaps you don't really need to. You just need to keep hitting the top of off. And there were too many 4 balls, perhaps. They've been very disciplined today, Middlesex, though. Yadav bowls, and this is worked out to deep square for a single. Lees is on to 44, 113 without loss. And yeah, this is very much the bowling performance of Lords, I suggest. They've done everything right, not much wrong, but now they are just looking to explore, see if they can find something to unsettle the batter, which it's only on pitches like this is the point, really. From Merchant Taylor's School and Lords last week, there was enough in it at Lords. But
enough interested to keep you on your main plan.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas here, I think exactly that. The main plan right now hasn't worked for 40 overs. And the main plan is get your basics right. And you have to, in my opinion, always exhaust the basics before you do anything else as a bowling lineup. Middlesex have done that now, I think. So 40th over, it'll be interesting. We'll watch this over from Roland Jones with great interest as well, because again, the last over I thought encapsulated the day well.
In to Lee's bowls, who tickles it off his pads. I believe that get given as a leg bye. Doesn't seem like he got any bat on it. Umpires are generously giving him the run there. I was pretty sure it came off his pads. Like you say, I've said it in the morning session. Don't bowl in Alex Lees' hips, because lefties just make it. Lefties are so easy.
Yeah,
they're so confident with doing that.
Well, I think one, it's a right-handed, left-handed partnership, and two, Middlesex have set the field that they're going to bowl straight. So it just means that little, obviously variation that you have.
Roland Jones in, and Jones just defends.
If you're slightly off, then especially right arm over to the left-hander, he's going to get inside it and get runs, isn't he? So
yeah.
I can forgive them that. Better that, I'd suggest, probably, than they get him flayed away outside off stump on a pitch which hasn't offered much movement and doesn't have much pace. So because again, you'd kind of look at 114 off 40 overs and you think they've just hit back of a length. They haven't. They have bowled quite a full length.
Roland Jones into Jones, who bowls and prods away towards point for no run. Couple slips in a short mid-wicket. I think it's Holman there in at short mid-wicket. Yadav doing the fine leg duties.
Yeah, they've bowled a full length but straight, and that's where, as you've said, I think there have been a few that just get tickled away then, because you do, obviously there's going to be the odd ball or so.
It's the trade-off. It's the trade-off you make. You bowl straight and you hope that they miss one.
I mean, it's a 5-4 field again, isn't it? County Championship cricket, we're so often used to seeing 6-3 or 7-2 fields. Running
Jones in again to Jones, who just, again, solid forward defence up to Helm with the floppy, no run.
But second week in a row for Middlesex, it's a 5-4 field all the way through, and that means you're just bowling that a little bit straighter. So I can understand there that, Lees tickles the odd one, but what's Roland Jones' economy? 1.5. So yeah, I mean,
it's like you put it right. They're not doing much wrong.
Exactly.
Not doing much wrong, but Durham are really just making the most out of the conditions. And with the weather looking like it's getting worse, as Roland Jones comes in, bowls to Jones, a solid forward defence. The weather, I think Martin described it as a block or a wall of misery. It's definitely looking even more miserable now. More heavy clouds away to the right of us in our commentary position.
So is that how Martin was described, or that was how he was just sorry.
Another change in the field. Square leg has gone backwards to deep backward square leg.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see a little bit of short stuff from Roland Jones.
He comes in to finish his 11th over. Bowls. It is short, but Jones hooks it perfectly in front of square. 4 runs. Durham 118 without loss.
There you go.
They set the field for it, and Jones played it, perfectly like he has done all day.
I mean, he just played it with so much time.
You mentioned it. There's not a lot of pace in this pitch, so when there's not a lot of extra pace, Roland Jones doesn't always. He gets a little bit of extra because of his bounce and of his height, But when the pitch isn't offering you a lot of pace anyway, if you bowl it short to a set batter as Jones was on 65, he now moves to 69. He's always going to cotton onto that, and he's picked up length really well this second session. Every time Middlesex have tried to go short to him, he's picked it up straight away and put it to the boundary.
Yeah, I think we've just got to sit back and enjoy the game as it is. It is what it is the point now, really. Middlesex are bowling very well. Durham are batting incredibly well. And the pitch, umpires coming together. Lights? Feels alright at the moment. There's a particularly dark cloud which is heading over the castle to our right at the moment, and quite low and heavy. Oh no, it's the ball. It's the ball. They've got the ball in hand. There we go. 40 overs bowls.
We should have had a sweep on how many ball requests there were going to be. Could have made a lot.
How
of
many
money
is it now?
4, 5.
And they haven't had a ball change yet.
No, every time Roland Jones has gone to it, he's been dismissed very quickly by the umpires.
This ball's been out there that long, 40 overs, it's due a silver watch.
This ball's been out there so long. It's due a silver watch, says Marcy. On comes a drink for the batters in the meantime. The umpires are having a long old look at it. I mean, it's quite straightforward, isn't it? It either goes through the hole or it doesn't.
And even then, if it goes through the first one, they have a second one that they have to put it through. And if it doesn't go through the second one, then that's when...
So one of them it's supposed to go through and one of them it's not supposed to go
through.
So you put... There we go, a change in the ball.
First ball change at the 5th attempt of asking.
I couldn't quite say for certain, and those watching on the stream, maybe the camera had a better angle on it, but it didn't look as though... they'd put that one through the meters on this occasion, but they obviously had. More from Marcy.
Steve Wilson is absolutely chucking it down in Washington, which is
It's chucking it down in Washington.
to the north east of us. It's hoying it down in Sunderland.
Hoying it down in Sunderland.
Hoying it down in Newcastle.
Oh, I thought you were going to come up with another. Chucking it down, hoying it down. Go on, one more.
So very heavy rain in Newcastle.
Very heavy rain in Newcastle.
And it looks like it's about where the low was, because the worst of this cloud has just missed us around the back.
Oh, apparently the worst of it's missed us.
Look at that bit there, though.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah, there's more. I got a text off a friend who said
He's teased us there, hasn't he? He was telling us that we'd missed it all.
I got a text off someone saying you need to stay on comms till about 3 o'clock, because then that's when he's going to chuck it down, and there'll be no more rain to play. There'll be no more play for the rest of the day. But
nice.
we'll have to wait and see. What is it now? Coming up to 2:30. So if it is due to hit, we've got another half hour of play.
Yeah, I don't think Middlesex would be too disappointed to walk off now, would they? And just come again tomorrow. Hope that maybe this change of ball gives them a change of fortune tomorrow. We had 40 of the 56 today. You can make up time in these games on days 2 and 3, of course.
I think Marty put on commentary earlier, like obviously with the rule changes from the ICC post-COVID, that bowlers now, the fielding side are only allowed to use their own sweat that they have off their own bodies.
Yep.
You can't add
Yep.
can't add your own spit or saliva. You know, I think that's partly a reason why we're seeing the fielding side request for more ball changes. But again, sometimes it does just get ridiculous. Now there does seem to be an evident change of plan here. Looks like there might only be one slip in play. Robson is moved out, and he's moving back in now.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what Yadav does here. Are they sending back Holman to deep backward square?
Bamber's down at fine leg.
Looks like Holman is going to go all the way to deep backward square, so he's immediately going to see if he can get some extra life out of this ball, Yadav, with some short stuff. To Lees, who did top edge held for 6 a couple of overs back. So yeah, it's a 5-4 field and 2 deep square, deep backward square it is, and long leg. So here's Yadav, right arm around the wicket to Lees. We're expecting chin music. 2 go down behind the stumps.
And it's a double bluff.
It's a forward defence that meets. It's a slip and a wide third, maybe. Not quite a gully, Robson.
I'd say gully. I'd say he's just about enough in the cordon. I wouldn't say he's a wide.
If you put a second slip there, I reckon he'd almost be seen as third there, Robson.
Yeah, and he's just taken a step squarer, I think, so definitely more in the gully region for me.
Yadav around the wicket again. Bowls, full, straight, and driven to backward point. Just open the face with that angle.
Definitely, just looking back on it there on the stream I've got on my laptop, definitely seemed to be a little bit more inward movement from Yadav there. Sort of, he pitched it around fifth stump line and moved back almost onto Lees' off stump. So
yeah, you'd expect him to find movement if it's out there.
Little bit of in swing there. The new ball immediately not the new ball, but the change of ball has immediately done something. Maybe it can bring about a change in fortune for Middlesex.
Bowles now, short down the leg side, great stop. Oh, Simpson's gone a long way, Tumbles made that look very easy as he always does. Brilliant keeping from Simpson. As looking up at the crowd there.
I think if I remember correctly, he took a scorcher in the Pakistan one-day series that he was drafted in for as replacement.
Yeah.
I think for everyone looking outward, it was very much John Simpson, really? That was my immediate reaction. I was there like, I would have gone for someone else over Simpson, but he didn't do himself any harms.
For England?
Yeah, during that.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's purely because of the white ball depth that we have. It was sort of like, really, Simpson? But
so it's down the leg side. Even Simpson's not going to get to that. It's gone a long, long way.
That was the thing for me. That's the thing for me was sort of just. I'd have thought, obviously, Tom Banton had been caught up. I think Tom Banton had literally just been called into the squad for the T20s that had gone before. And then he didn't catch COVID, but because there were certain cases, I think 4 or 5 positive cases, the whole squad then had to isolate.
I think with Simpson, he's been regarded as the best keeper around for a long, long while. But he just hasn't had the weight of runs. And this year he's got the weight of runs. And whether it was the England call-up that did it for him and you know, pushed his game on a little bit, he's talked about it quite honestly this year. You know, he said he's changed up a few things last year and he's top of the averages for Middlesex this year now. Yadav's in, Bowles, and no, not outs. An attempted drive from Lees, a rather flat-footed weight back drive from Lees. He looked to drive square of the wicket. Yadav around the wicket, the ball went through to Simpson and they all went up, but not convincingly in the end.
Simpson was the first to immediately put that appeal down. It's something though. It is something there for Middlesex if they're. I talked about Yadav getting a little bit of inward movement.
Well, this cloud cover now as well. You'd hope if
it's now moving back towards the conditions now moving back towards their favour. They need something soon, though. Otherwise, I do fear that the weather will intervene.
Yadav in, Bowles down the leg side once more. Good take by Simpson. 122 without loss. Yes, a lot of people felt that Simpson should have got that test, not Bracey. Was it against New Zealand last year?
The 2 tests, yeah.
Bracey was called in, and everybody said that it was crazy that it wasn't Simpson. But
this is the one gripe I have with people who say that, because I've interviewed James Bracey before that series. It's the Ben Folkes injury. Ben Folkes, the week before those tests, slipped in the Surrey dressing room and did his hamstring in. If he doesn't do that, Dom Sibley had done his finger in at Warwickshire and had been rushed back from injury. If Ben Folkes doesn't get injured, Ben Folkes obviously bats 7 and keeps for England, and James Bracey probably bats in the top 3, whether he opened or batted 3. It's because Folkes injured himself. Bracey walked into camp and was basically, I think he basically just assumes like, I presume I'm batting 7 this week then with the gloves. So that's the gripe I have with people who say that. Like, I get in retrospect, yes, he definitely shouldn't have played it, but as if you're going to say Bracey had actually put some weight of runs behind him to get that, but yeah, definitely shouldn't have played at 7. And it looks like Bamber has returned from this end. 2 slips in for him. Fine leg, I believe he's Yadav again.
Yeah, he's the expensive one today, isn't he? Bamber going at an economy of 2.1.
It's just like you said, it's a testament to how well everyone's bowled, really.
These are Bamber conditions. He did trouble the batters, the inside edge a lot, didn't he? Jones in particular when bowling from the Lumley end. Got a few to nip back, so this could be a big spell, this. He's in now, Bowles, outside off, it's left alone. This is your over, isn't it? Sorry. Or is it mine? Hold on, whose over is it?
It is mine.
Yours. Yeah, these are almost Bamber conditions, aren't they? Let's put it that little bit fuller if you can find something through the air. It's a bustling bowler, so he'll push it through.
How old is he? Because I've
23.
I know he's a little bit younger, to be honest.
He's been around for a while. He's, I think, 18 when he made his debut.
That's probably it then.
So he's been around a fair while.
Been around a fair while, but still only 23.
Yeah.
Jesus. Comes in again and bowls, and Jones looks to drive and drives very elegantly backwards of square. Gets 4 runs for it. He's done very well there, because they've set a field there of a backward point and sort of a covers in place, and like a triangle field like England did in the one-day series against South Africa up at Old Trafford, for the second ODI. Joss Butler had Jason Roy Livingston and someone else in like a triangle, and Middlesex have effectively recreated that field, and Jones was still able to carve it back. And I think as a due of that shot, someone's gone back onto the deep point boundary.
Has the wind picked up? Says Bamber.
In again, bowls to Jones. LBW shout. Not given by the umpire. looked to be going down leg again. But you did mention that this potentially could have been, these are Bamber-like conditions.
Well, Bamber's caused a bit of excitement, hasn't he, today, I think? I've enjoyed seeing him back in the side.
As you mentioned, the expensive one now going at 2.4
Yeah.
per over.
Has he gone up? Where did the runs go in this? Oh, yeah, there was a 4 got away, wasn't there?
Bustles in again, runs in, bowls. Jones edged. Bit of a thick edge. Gets it past the fielder and runs down for 4 runs.
It was one for Gully, wasn't it? No Gully in place, 2 slips and a backward point. It was in the air.
Thickish outside edge. Still, I wouldn't. Maybe if, like you say, if a Gully was there, probably would have been taken. But
he wasn't in control of it. Do you give him credit on 73 that he thought 2 slips? I just need to get it either side of backward point and it's fine. But it was in the air for a long while.
Also, the confidence he's had from hitting one to the boundary already in the over. So Durham now move on to 130 without loss. Jones on 77, Lees on 45. Bamber to Jones, runs in, bowls. A little potential drop and run, but backward point snuffs only that out.
You see the lights on the car coming in at the Lumley ends. Someone's got their floodlights on behind the sight screen. There was one that just pulled in down the road there. You're amazed we're getting away with the rain or the light, Marcy? The rain, yeah. It hasn't hissed us yet, but you can really hear on the effects mic that it's got blustery. It's got the feel of rain at the moment. We are surrounded, aren't we? Absolutely surrounded by the weather.
Bamber to finish the over, runs in, bowls, and Jones drives back past him. Bamber looks to try and stop it with his foot. That would have been very painful to make contact. Fortunately, doesn't. Ends the over, 130 without loss. Durham, Jones 77, Lees on 45.
So what's the scoring rate now? They're still only going, what, 3?
3 and over. They have upped it since lunch, but maybe that's due to change of plans, them feeling more comfortable.
Umbrellas up on the far side again. There were umbrellas up first thing this morning. We were worried that all of this rain that was forecast was going to come in early, but fortunately we've got a good way through. Can we get to the halfway point of the day? 42 overs bowled, 54 remain.
I think, as you put it there, in between overs, we are surrounded.
Yeah, spots of rain on the window.
We are surrounded by dark clouds.
It's hard to see us getting away with this one. Unless, it's just a bit of light rain that comes in, you never know. Here's Yadav, right arm over, 2 slips. He bowls, and that's onto the legs of Lees, who turns a single to deep square. And a good go at Lees in the last over, around the wicket. So let's see how he gets on at Jones now. Single first ball.
Are they sticking with the same tactic to him? I believe they might be.
Yeah, 3 back.
Bamber's doing the dreaded fine leg to fine leg.
Has he bowled at Lees with this replacement ball yet? Or
yes,
to Jones. Sorry.
To Jones, no.
No, I think that previous over to Jones was with the older ball, wasn't it?
It was, because Lees was. Yadav's last over was to Lees.
And actually, they're bringing up the deep square now to mid wicket, so they're going to go a little bit fuller and just see if Yadav can get something out of it on a full length.
Got 2 men back. Bamber's gone so fine. In fact, I don't think you're able to see him again.
Yes. Yadav a slip and a gully. He bowls and forward goes Jones. Halfway forward, pushes back, and there's no run. Torrential on the Roca Riviera. Relief for those with an empty butt. Thank you, Ken Richardson. I was going to say Marcy's butt will be filled up tonight by the looks of it, but I was trying to save it until he was back on air. It's a lush outfield here, I have to say, at Chesterley Street. I don't quite know how they've done so well. I don't think I've ever seen it look so bad at Chelmsford. A borehole. Out of bowls, and this ball is eased just fine of cover by Jones. In a good position to play that shot again. They've looked good, these two, haven't they? Jones in particular. Lee's strike rate still in the 30s. Jones 77 from 137.
Might be something Jones has done all game, but something I've noticeably seen in the afternoon session. He's taken a stance where sort of at the start he's got all 3 stumps showing, and then has a trigger movement where he moves across. I don't know if he was batting on middle and off to start with, has now moved to completely on off, but
over the top of this one, he turns to mid wicket.
It might be sort of a change that he made at lunch because he realised he was in the runs, and maybe it's something to get, because he's in the flow of things. Might be something as he picked up in the flow of things. I've heard some batters, they do talk about how once they get themselves in, they do slightly change around with their stance, and obviously it changes in game scenario. When you're trying to slog out to set up a declaration, you normally take a little bit more of a one-day stance to give yourself maximum access over the offside.
Gotta have bowls over the top of it. Jones once more turns to mid-wicket. Holden fields.
Cramped him up for room there, Jones. That's one of the few times he's looked slightly bothered, I would say. He's not looked uncomfortable, but he's just there. So as if, why aren't you giving me a wide full toss for me to hit the
This feels like an important spell from Yadav at the moment. It feels like he could find something here. Again, the conditions are there for it. The cups are being blown off the table in front of us.
The wind has most definitely picked up and is deciding to take it out on us.
Here's Yadav. Bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. That's good from Yadav. That was sharp, wasn't it? That was taken. Nothing tennis ball about that through to Simpson.
Good cricket all round. Jones saw it coming straight away, ducked down under it. I said it in the morning session as well. He just picked up length really well. We talked about him playing it kind of under his eyes. That's how you can tell a batter's in good nick. He played it under his eyes in the first session. He's picked up length really well the second session. He's driven the balls that have been there for him to hit, and he's ducked under the ones that he knows he doesn't need to take the risk of trying to play and get himself out. And why would you when you're on 77 not out?
Somehow we're all right here. The rain stopped again, hasn't it? You can see it on the winds on our window.
It's almost daring us to carry on. It's like, well, you want to.
This is a perfect time for Middlesex now. The conditions there overhead. Replacement ball. Can they just get something going?
Bamber to Lees. Runs in, bowls, and Lees just defends straight back to him. No run.
I mean, it feels like it's almost been a net today for these two, doesn't it? That ball there,
a glorified net session.
Against a top quality attack.
Test out your technique early on, but
ground staff are on the move. What are they up to? Oh, the lights are going on. There we go. Floodlights are going on, but I think one of them's been signalled over to the track to be ready.
Yep, groundsman has indeed made his way over to the blue tractor.
I think that is Vic, isn't it? Is it Vic going onto the tractor, Marty?
He's on it. As Bamber's in, bowls to Lees. Chip, just a little drive to mid-wicket, no run.
Great time to take a wicket this for Middlesex. So the other thing, we talked about how disciplined they've been. Lees is coming down the track and having a chat with his mate. I think he's trying to delay a little. Maybe he was putting something into the umpire's mind. Yeah, it's time to come off umps.
I think he also just mentioned that Bamber was maybe getting a little bit of movement. He looked to make a little bit of an away movement with his hands, which is universally the code for getting a little bit of movement away from him. Rain has just started to pick up as Bamber into Lees, bowls. Again, Lees just tucks off his pads, no run. We are sitting a lot more spits of rain.
They threw down the stump. They were thinking about an overthrow, but it lands safely.
Thank God you picked that up. I was too busy going to go on about the spots of rain on our window.
Well, I was going to say for listeners at home, if you were to wondering what the picture like, it's exactly how you'd imagine. If you were shut your eyes and imagine Chesterley Street, this is exactly the picture you would imagine. It's dark, it's gloomy, and that's just Marty.
What number put down is that today? 5. We're only on the afternoon session of day 1.
He's closing the window.
Imagine what it's going to be like on day 4 if we ever get that. Bamber in, bowls, and Lees drives, but home with the floppy, as he's probably will now be referred to as the rest of the game by me on comms, does the fielding.
It reminds me of that day that Middlesex failed to chase 117. Was it, Marcy?
Yes. Glorious day.
A glorious day it was. It was dark, it was overcast, it was grim, and Middlesex skittled Durham. Well, it was the wettest. Was it? Wettest summer on record.
Well, after this over, I believe Marty will be back, so you two can carry on your banter session. Bamber runs into Lee's, bowls. Backward point, no run. Little cut into the ground. Again, he's just signalling something there to square leg. It looked like it looked like a thumbs up, but in these conditions, I don't think a batter you will be giving it a thumbs up. This is literally the worst conditions to play in as a batter. So maybe just like you say, a little nod to the umpire, going, "You are seeing this. You are seeing that there's spots of rain. You are feeling it as well, aren't you?" And Bamber in to finish the over, runs in, bowl, Lees drives him to short cover, but there is no run, and that is me done. I'll leave you in the capable hand of Martin.
Cheers, Rob. See you in a bit. So, dark, gloomy, miserable. Welcome back, Marty.
Thought that was the new aftershave you were watching there. I've sort of held off coming on air in the belief that they'll be going off any second now, but
well,
it's spitting.
It's
got heavier. I think that
we're right on the verge of it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Another Yadav over.
Yeah, in the gloom. I just wondered if Lees was asking the square leg umpire, was there one more delivery to go in the over, or are you going to take us off in a sec? Yeah. Here's Yadav then, right arm over from the Lumley end, left alone by Jones. I mean, the floodlights have kicked in now, but it was a good drying day, but I'd be getting the washing in now. If your washing line hasn't washed away.
Where have they got that run rate up to 3? Yadav's going at 1.8. Bamba's going at 2.5. Is it Helm's scoring rate? Helm's rate, is it?
The top edge, wasn't it? That brought the 100 up, didn't it? The top edge, that went for 6.
Yeah, did that throw his figures, did it? But Roland Jones has been going at 1.7.
Yadav in, defended.
That'll just be something they'll be looking at. They'll be saying, look, let's get that run rate back down to 2.5, please.
Michael Ventris says, I'm sitting out in the sun here in Fishburn and it's beautiful. It might be beautiful at the minute, Mike, but it might not be for much longer.
How far? Well, he's south of us, is he?
Yeah. Fishburn sort of down around where Sedgefield area, and Tony Blair, when he was the Prime Minister, lived near there.
Ooh.
Julia Weatherall says heavy rain in Jesmond. Yeah, that was a while ago she sent that in. Yadav in again, bowls turned away by Jones towards long leg for 1. Hoying it down in Washington, chucking it down on the Roca Riviera. So at the minute, this big band of rain's come towards us. It's just spitting on us at the minute, but the earlier bit I was describing coming across the top of Chesley Street in Berkeley in Washington, that's reached the coast, and so now there has been a tweet sent, and I don't know kilometres wise how far this is away. Somebody else says bouncing down, Paul Alcock, bouncing down in Penshaw. I got caught in it on the way to the shop. Yadav bowls to Lees. Lees plays the ball back into the ground and back to the bowler. Peter Fletcher says, I'm just 21 kilometres north and it is chucking it down, and it has been for the last hour. May your luck hold, Durham, he says.
Yeah.
Where's 21 kilometres to the north then? Yon side of Newcastle?
The Arctic?
Yadav bowls. This is played away up to mid-on this time by Lees. Somebody put a tweet out this morning and said they'd analysed that if the Proclaimers had walked 500 miles and then another 500, they would have reached Iceland.
Yep. I think as far east would have been Poland, wouldn't it? They'd have got to Poland if they'd walked.
Yeah.
And they'd have got halfway down Spain if they'd have gone another 500 as well.
Oh, they were worn out by then.
Oh, cover's coming on. We're off.
Yeah, then they're off. So the rain is.
There you go, Marcy. You come back and off they go.
Yeah, 130.
Roll over it. Run rate 2.9. They'll just be disappointed, I think. They've seen another track with a bit of grass. Thought, all right, go on then, let's get going. Hasn't happened for them. Does Mercer regret sitting it out? Would there have been a little bit for the wily old Mercer to have worked out a wicket or two this morning and opened something up? But everybody's played their part for Middlesex. They've all done what they've been asked to do, really, but they just haven't been able to find that breakthrough.
I can't remember the last time it rained here. It's been weeks and weeks ago. There was one T20 which was shortened. Now people are saying the rain stopped, but it's still spitting on our window.
Go on, umpire, stay there, stay there. It's one of those days, really, isn't it? You need to get as much out of it as you can.
The last time it rained during a Durham game here was Friday, June the 24th, and it had quite a bit of heavy rain just before a T20 match was due to start against Notts, and it was reduced to 11 overs a side, but they did get it done. And then in the county championship, going back a long, long way, probably early beginning of the season, maybe. going back through my scorecard for the all my different colour coordinated pages.
Why are they colour coordinated? What does that signify?
Luminous green
Yeah.
is the T20,
Right.
which means I don't have to look at them anymore.
Yeah.
Luminous yellow means the county championship.
Okay.
And I think I used a sort of orangey colour for the One Day Cup last year.
Ah.
So where was the last rain Durham suffered was at Middlesex.
There you go.
Yeah, there wasn't any play on the morning of day 2, was there? I think. Was it? No play possible until the afternoon following heavy rain in London. So at that point they had lost 175 overs in the county championship this year.
Do we get cake for tea, Martin?
No, you get nothing for tea.
Nothing.
You have to go to the garage.
Nothing.
There's a place out the back that's got a machine you can buy things. They lost 10 overs for bad light at Worcester. That was in May. I'm sure there was some overs lost here against somebody at some point earlier in the year. But
Oh, it's tipping it down now, isn't it?
yeah.
There we go. So it'll be an early tea. Will we be back today, Marcy? What's your bet?
We haven't
It's
lost
only
any
getting
overs in
heavier.
the championship here this year.
We haven't lost any overs yet here today.
No.
You're going to play on for an extra half hour tonight.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Early tea, will we be playing on for an extra half hour tonight, or are we done for the day?
I reckon this is going to be in for a while now. It's not bucketed down like I thought it would.
Yet. The sky all around Chesterley Street is the same colour. There's not a break in it anywhere. It's all grey the whole way around, isn't it? There's not any...
It's the all grey whistle test. It is getting heavy now. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can just see the whole skyline now. It's all the same colour.
Yeah.
It's all the same consistency. So, yeah, this is a good hour or so of this, isn't it? And it's a matter of, would it break up on the horizon at some point?
Right, well, it's peppering our window, so I'm going to have to bring the outdoor mic in, I think. Try and protect it, but we will leave it there for now, because there will not be any play here for a considerable amount of time, I wouldn't have thought.
So, just to be clear, there's no cake at tea?
No cake at tea, no. The important stuff, Kev, the important stuff. Right, I'll be back online shortly to do an update into the news at 3. We'll leave it there for now.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Yes, the end of the world has hit us. Biblical rain, and I'm looking down at my notepad. They went off at 2:47. This is the first time the weather has affected them at home in the county championship this year, and incredible to think they've got all the way through to nearly the end of July, and of course the start of the school holidays. There's your irony. Durham were going along quite nicely as well, having been put in this morning by Middlesex. They're 132 for none. Alex Lees has 46, and Michael Jones 78. It's the fifth time they've put at least 100 on at the top of the order in the county championship this year, but I think we could be sitting here for a long time now before we see any more cricket, if indeed we see any more today. Yeah, it's a bit of a grim scene here. The rain eventually arrived just before 3 o'clock. Durham have been going along nicely at that point. Haven't been put in this morning. They're 132 for none, but we haven't seen any action since 2:47. 44.5 overs in when they went off, and it's really like a different day compared to the mugginess of this morning. It's cold and wet and windy. So on the scoreboard, Alex Lees has 46 and Michael Jones has 78. Not sure though how much more cricket we will see today, if any, this evening.